Welcome to the first ever ROG Champions Cup, proudly brought to you together by the ASUS Republic of Gamers and its partners. My name is Jensen J. Stormgo, and casting with me today is Grandin Gamerisimo. Join us as the final four teams battle it out to be the ultimate champion with a total prize pool of $20,000 on the line this weekend. Now, by showing your support at the event, you can also stand to win attractive prizes at the stage games if you come down over here to Suntec itself, and not forgetting the lucky draw on Sunday for the grand prize of the latest ROG Strix GL502.
Yep, definitely very excited to see these teams play today. Right now, we're gonna go pretty soon into a game with New Blood versus WeFly in a best of 3 game series, and then they'll be proceeding on to the next games tomorrow, depending on who wins and becomes the first loser.
Well, I don't really want to say that people are losers in this tournament because our sponsors have been so gracious to come in here and provide all the support. Look at this fantastic stage. We are here on a Saturday afternoon. Aren't you excited for some esports action? I sure as hell am.
Always excited, Jensen. I love esports events. I love seeing players show their true potential, as you know, all the hours they put into training, and it just really shows off on stage.
Now, what we are looking at here at the ASUS Republic of Gamers Champions Cup is not the top teams in Singapore playing, but nonetheless, it's still the best of the amateur scenes. We've gone through a long qualifying bracket, and here we are at the semifinals itself. Let's head over to picks and bans, already straight off the bat. Gangplank, Nidalee, Morgana being taken up by both sides. NB standing for New Blood, which will be the blue side team on the left, and WF standing for We Fly on the right side with the red team.
Yeah, seeing the Gangplank Morgana getting banned out, Gangplank pretty much makes sense. Morgana is a little bit iffy for me because Ben Paws doesn't necessarily play that much Morgana, has a higher preference for Soraka, Nami, a little bit more utility. Morgana definitely has that, but he also likes things with a bit more broken in this matter.
The big power picks we are looking at in this match here are the letters A, R, and L. Azir, Ryze, and Lucian. Two of these champions, powerhouses in the mid lane, none of them taken out so far, and the marksman who received lots of buffs with the Black Cleaver changes coming in.
Yeah.
The most recent patch. The Lucian pick, Azir pick, as well as the Ryze picks have all been very highly contested and competitive plays so far, and we will have to see if WeFly will be choosing to take out any of these picks with the last ban.
Yeah, and on New Blood side, they actually chose to ban Lee Sin. Pretty targeted ban at Penguin, I feel. He has shown that he's pretty good at a champion, so definitely makes sense why they would get rid of it. Swain and Echo on the other side though.
So Swain and Echo, two top lane picks being banned out by the side of WeFly. Both of these two champions can be flex picked into the mid lane as well. So WeFly setting up, banning out these flex pick champions so that they can guarantee themselves a counter pick when they have the last pick available to themselves. And now on the side of New Blood, they're considering the Trundle pick for themselves over here. Now Trundle is a very strong pick in this current meta game. If
Right.
you're able to pick it up against a tank in the top side of the map, simply because the subjugate can no longer be cleansed by the QSS item.
Yeah. The thing with Trundle on New Blood side is that it's most normally not a flex pit, meaning that it's very one-dimensional. Seeing that they locked it in, it's most likely going to go over to Wear Rengar rather than it going over to Jasmine, or otherwise known as call support. So now they've shown their hands for their top lane pick. It really gives WeFly a lot of options for their next 2 picks.
So going for the Trundle, the top side of the map now, Trundle can be picked into the support position as well. So you aren't necessarily leaving yourself up. Yeah, we're going to pick a solo laner early and risking an encounter pick. We just want to secure that early tank buster early on so that WeFly will be a little bit more hesitant about picking up the likes of Maokai, Nautilus, or even the Malphite up on the top side of the map. We see the Gragas being locked in. It's effectively a variant of Lee Sin that might be being played over here by Penguin. Both champions are very similar jungle parting, the ability to jump and move over walls. and execute ganks with the displacement abilities are rather similar in that sense. So Gragas as well as the Lucian being the first two picks locked in by WeFly, we will have to see when New Bloods are going to respond in with when it's their turn now on the second rotation of picks and bans.
Yeah, and Lucian being locked in the first rotation for WeFly really shows just how much of a priority pick it is for a lot of these teams here. Your Lucian matchup is usually not going to be a losing matchup, so it's very forgiving to pick it early on and allowing the enemy team to maybe find a counter pick or something that may abuse Lucian more effectively, but it's just so strong in this current game, meta game.
Well, that's the strength of Lucian overall. He's a very competent lane bully. You just pick him inside and he kind of wins the lane by himself and pass very well across the board with any support. So some AD carry champions, you need to pair them very specific supports to get the best kind of synergy. And early Lucian pick means that you can effectively play any support to go with him in the lane itself. Now, we do see the jungle as well as mid lane pick of Graves as well as LeBlanc being picked up by the New Blood side. Graves is going to be helping them both see the wave here, and it's going to be enabling a very strong burst coming in from the jungle and mid lane duo of the New Blood.
Yeah, very interesting that they would choose to run a Blanc and they're hovering over the Summoner Cell teleport. What do you think about double teleport team compositions in this current meta?
Well, I think teleport is basically a fair preference at this point of time. We saw lots of teleports being picked up by the likes of mid laners and MSI itself.
Yeah.
And we saw LeBlanc also picking up teleport, but we see him switching over to the Ignite, and that's something that I like a little bit more. When you're playing the likes of Assassins, you want the attention from the jungler, you want the Q pressure in the mid lane, and the best way to get that is have Ignite on yourself so that you can get the Q pressure down on your opponent.
Yeah, and Mez picking up Lissandra, and Lissandra could go top or mid, but where do you think it's going to end up going?
Well, I believe that in this case is a Lissandra pick in the mid lane, just as a counter to LeBlanc. LeBlanc's a very slippery champion that can use the distortion and the limit distortion to cover lots of distances, very mobile champion. But you play the Lissandra into that, lock her down the ring of cross, lock her down with a Forces Tome, and suddenly she isn't a threatening anymore.
Yeah, that's and running teleport. It reduces a little bit of kill pressure onto LeBlanc, but LeBlanc has so much mobility in my opinion, it makes it difficult for Lissandra to catch her early on. So it makes a lot more sense for her to run the teleport, potentially look for a flank, maybe a 4-man bot kind of situation. So very interesting, and NYX, Nyx, right, really respecting Mez if he chooses to run that cleanse.
So we see the Nautilus being the top laner of choice on the side of New Blood. I do believe that this is also another flex pick once again. They are picking up the Nautilus so that they can flex into two positions. They can play Nautilus at the support position or send up to the top side of the map as well. So they're just waiting for the side of WeFly to finalize the composition before deciding are we going to go for a more skirmish team fighting style composition for Nautilus in the top lane, or do you want to play more with the 4-1 or 1-2-1 composition with the Trundle as the top laner for the split push?
Yeah, I kind of feel like Nautilus is going to end up in the support position because Call of Support Jasmine, right, has a big preference for this kind of hook champions. Trash, Blitzcrank, Nautilus, he really enjoys these kind of champions, enjoys making big plays with this, finding the picks off and then engaging in a great team fight. So I honestly think that Nautilus is going to end up as a support and Trundle top side. But tell me about this Ghost matchup because it's been buffed a little bit, right? So how would Ghost stack up against Maokai?
Well, Trundle against the Maokai, this is an absolutely difficult lane for the Maokai to play in, and I would expect almost the transitioning a jungle player, now swapping up into the top lane position. He's definitely going to struggle in this matchup. Should Nakogami have any... Well, I mean, Trundle isn't even a difficult champion to play. Just walk up there, auto, reset the auto with the Q, and then auto it one more time. And Maokai just finds it so difficult to trade with Trundle in lane itself. He's going to be requesting help from Gragas a lot in this case, but even then, up against the Graves as well as Trundle 2v2, I will have to feel that New Blood have a lot of advantages on the top side of the map coming into this game.
Yeah, and we are playing on the live server, so there's going to be a 3-minute delay before we head into game. So let's just run through a little bit, because right now what I'm seeing is that on WeFly side, they have a lot of potential to find catches and to really stick and then do a strong team fight, whereas on New Blood, I kind of feel like you want to let Trundle split push, pick up that early Rift Heralds with the Graves, you do a quite a sizable amount of damage, even after the Rift Herald buffs. So I kind of expect to see Trundle split push and WeFly trying to find good fights for themselves.
Well, Thunder's privilege is something that we can be expecting from the new blood side, but let's not forget that in all of this, sometimes tricks and bends, some people like to call it cooking, some people like to call it piecing together a recipe, but for me, I prefer to call it a science, and when it comes to science, we know with Logitech gear, science always wins.
Yep, and that's really gonna be something that we have to watch out for, right? A lot of these players have put a lot of thought into this game. They've worked very hard to get where they are. Mez, you know, #1 challenger, Southeast Asia. Don't forget that, right? #1 challenger, picking up Lissandra, which is a more utility kind of mid laner. He's not necessarily trying to find very flashy outplay moments, and he's more looking towards being able to support his team from behind. But as well, I kind of feel.
I mean, you can say that the process of preparing for these tournaments involves lots of engineering, a combination of all these factors, engineering, testing, and a relentless pursuit of breaking the next boundary to make superior plays. And it's the same thing with Logitech equipment as well. It combines all these things to make superior gaming hardware for gamers like the two of us and like for the players over there, and equips them with the right tools in the game. And in their partnership with ASUS over here, Logitech G is proud to be the official peripheral sponsor for the ROG Champions Cup. So you can check out the awesome keyboards that we have over here, the awesome mics that the players are using. It's the right amount, the right weight and everything to come in to let the players get the upper edge and the theory and the science behind how to win at League of Legends.
Jensen, tell me, alright, how do I climb? Do I use Logitech gear? Does that boost my rank a little bit? Can I be #1 challenger with Logitech gear?
And this is where I'm going to sing the elegant song and I'm going to tell you, with Logitech, it can show you the world. It can take you places. Play the game, see the world, use Logitech equipment, and next thing you know, you're in Korea, playing against the likes of SKT.
Wow, I'm really looking forward to that right there. I want to play against SKT. You think they can, maybe I can join in as one of the subs and maybe win myself some Logitech gear?
No, I was actually kidding over there. I think with your standard, you're never going to make it anywhere close, and neither am I going to make it anywhere close. But as people, we can dream, and that's what's important, because with this gear, maybe we aren't going to be going to Korea, but it's definitely going to help us with our in-game performance as we finally load in onto Summoner's Rift with the beautiful spawning animations onto the blue side itself. We are going to be having New Bloods, and on the right side, take it away with We Fly.
Yeah, looks like a pretty standard stuff for the red side. They're just gonna go to all the jungle entrances and try to prevent a very cheesy play. But on the blue team, they are really sticking together. They might try to look for an invade if they can find it. Nautilus does have his hook and some kind of CC to follow up with that. But mirror matchup, it kind of seems. They're both gonna go to different sides on the map, and that's just gonna be them missing each other entirely.
So once again, if you're wondering what's happening over here, oh, that's the first pause that we've had for this entire live broadcast. But don't worry, we'll be fighting through the technical difficulties, and we have to apologize a little bit because it looks like we do not have in-game sound for the first game. We are trying to resolve these technical issues, and we'll be back as soon as possible with the game and hopefully with the sound as well. But if there's no sound, don't worry, because through the entirety of this broadcast, you can listen to my voice as well as the voice of Gamerism as we guide you through the wonderful game that is League of Legends that's been brought to you by our awesome sponsors, ASUS and their partners.
Jensen, have you ever considered doing a talk over for a storybook before? Like those kind of audiobooks, you know?
Well, sometimes I wonder to myself, why is it that I'm not more famous? Why do I not have more money? Why am I not in Korea coaching one of the top Korean teams? But never mind, because after that, I just realized that in the Singaporean society, there's no time for that as the game resumes, and we're back in the game already. So we have to shelve the question for another time, as we're going to be seeing a very cheeky invade coming through from the blue team over here. The New Bloods going to be trying something sneaky. Will they be able to find anyone? We can tell you right off the bat, the answer is no. The entire WeFly team is on the other side of the map at the moment.
We may not have time to answer my question, but we definitely have time to go and check whether there's going to be a lane swap. Very standard wall positions to check for that right now. We see on WeFly side, as on New Blood side, they get a little bit of vision in the enemy jungle just to make sure the enemy really isn't going to show up there later on.
And if you're at the Suntec Convention Hall watching all of this action, what are these 10 people doing and what are these 2 people talking about? Never mind.
Oh,
about
catch
M21.
down onto M21, and he's going to get taken down. First blood goes over to Bamplot. Has the pop flash, but they managed to get a pretty good first pick, and now they pick up Grom. Great advantage over to their side.
Just waits in the brush over there. That's what I call presence of mind, or in a more simpler term, surprise.
Is it my birthday already?
Well, I have to say, it definitely wasn't M31's birthday, but they were there with the cake, and it went straight into his face. Now he's got a whole bunch of mess, and he has got to clean that up, spend some time at the base, recalling, and finally he starts things off on his raid buff. And if you're watching this and wondering, what is this game? What are these 2 people talking about? You're watching the ROG Champions Cup, and this is a League of Legends tournament where we see 10 players battle it out on Summoner's Rift itself. And the objective of the game is to down the Nexus on the opponent's side of the map.
Oh, a lot of damage down to Mez. This really shows the early kind of advantage that LeBlanc has with such high mobility. And Lissandra doesn't really have the kind of mana that you want to really be able to poke her out fast enough.
So we are seeing a lane swap scenario come true over here. This will isolate the mid lane for the Lissandra to go up against the LeBlanc in this scenario. And we are going to be seeing a 4-0 push coming through from the side of New Bloods. And this is usually going to be a race to see who can complete that faster, but the gang's going to be coming in. The Grug is a little bit too early, just nice with the passive, but LeBlanc will be able to escape away from that one.
Yeah, but now Mez is very, very low. He needs to be careful in how he plays it out because LeBlanc doesn't have that much mana, but should still have enough for a full combo if he stays in lane for too long. A little late into this top lane rotation where they tried for the 4-man push. New Blood already going back. The turret is going to go down to Wairanga probably. Nekogami, yeah?
The wave is going to run out. The E1 tower shot in that one, and because of all the time spent in the mid lane, we're going to see the WeFly team delay their 4-0 push by quite a fair amount, and on the other side we see a tempo lead in terms of turrets taken by the side of New Blood. So the blue team slightly getting goal right now, but WeFly will be looking to equalize that as they finally take down this turret.
Yeah, and the benefit of them showing up late over on the top side was that their jungler and their top laner got a little bit more EXP and gold compared to the side of on the side of New Blood, yeah. So WeFly, Omo, as well as Penguin managed to pick out a little bit more EXP and HP, when they get a chance to regen and stuff like that, compared to New Blood who spent the entire time sieging. And now you just see Trundle down in the bot side, freezing that wave and trying to snowball.
So if you're wondering how do you kill the Nexus on your opponent's team, what you need to do is that there are 11 turrets in the way, and you need to kill a minimum of at least 5 of these turrets to get to the Nexus itself. So on the map, 11 objectives to be taken down by either team. And on top of that, as you can see, once the glowing fire icon in the river, there's the dragon. It's one of the new changes in this patch. And the dragon that's going to be spawning is the fire dragon. And the team that takes that first will be able to get a significant damage boost.
Yeah. That's one of the things that changed with dragons, and it really makes it very interesting because certain dragons tend to have certain values for different types of team comps. Some teams don't really value certain dragons as much because it doesn't provide that much utility, such as Fire Dragon providing the additional damage, whereas they are very utility based and they look for better exchanges.
Here
but
comes
down on the
the
top
dive.
side,
Take it away.
a lot of damage down to Penguin already. Almost gets low, but there we go. The heal pop to save Nautilus. Now Wairanga taking a lot of damage. That's going to be 1 kill for Scarlet Paddle onto Omo, and he goes low, but that was a successful dive. Stream 1 goes down in exchange for the heal of the AD carry.
And they get the kill, and that will bring them back into the goal lead for the side of New Bloods. And the blue team will be pushing onto the turret. The recall going to be coming through from Nakogami, perhaps to try to soak up as much experience as possible on the bottom side of the map. It is interesting to note that this Trundle has not gone for the Flash Summoner spell and the Ghost Summoner spell instead.
Yeah, and he's also already managed to pick up his Tiamat, whereas on Omo's side, he's already managed to pick up a Corrupting Potion and a Doran's Ring, which really shows just how big of the goal difference there is between the two teams right now. Turret goes down.
And on the bottom side of the map, we do see Charmander bot slinging away at the turret itself, down to about 40%. This is where we are starting to see Refly getting punished for a much slower take of the top lane objective previously. And now we see them 900 gold behind your opponents. So what does all this go for? And this money that we talk about, is it going to be buying me a new ASUS ROG Strix GL502? No, it isn't going to be buying the players that, but I sure wish it did.
Oh, catch on to Nes, and he's going to teleport away with his passive, getting him out a little bit more, but the bot coming in from the side gives the kill over to his beneficiary Mez, and they managed to trade it out and even out the gold a little bit more, now only down by 300 gold. That was a pretty quick trade back.
So that kill in the mid lane is going to give WeFly the faster collapse from the rest of the team, and that's going to be helping the Lissandra snowball and pick up a nice 300 gold in a pocket, which she will be able to use to buy items that provides her stats to do more damage or be more tanky throughout the rest of the game.
Nice little cheeky poke coming out from bot. Actually, I kind of feel when you have a minimal gold disadvantage or an advantage, it's more beneficial to try and spend that cash on a couple more pink walls and try to establish vision early on. And sometimes they pay out by staying for a very long time and providing you vision of a lot of the player rotations that come out. And now opting to go for the tier 1 turret over in the mid lane, trying to pick this up after having gotten both side lanes. This is a pretty good decision coming out from New Blood.
It's a 5-man push down the mid lane, and we have to see how WeFly responds to this one. The Maokai looking to flank around from the sides. They do clear out this wave. We have to see if the New Bloods will be sticking around for another push. The blue team still hovering around the mid lane, but the jungle M21 perhaps deciding to call it off. There's a huge wave on the top side of the map. Let's back away from this one.
Yep, Mez running out of mana, he doesn't really have the ability to continue to wave clear like he would want to, so that turret was slowly going to get withered down. But there are more advantages of trying to pick up all this EXP for the Trundle, for the Graves, or the Caitlyn, that's really going to give them a benefit, rather than trying to siege this mid lane pointlessly. This is going to be a dragon attempt.
And we do see the Raid team setting up for that Dragon. It was my mistake. That's not the Inferno Drake. It's the Cloud Drake that gives the team a movement speed bonus should they complete this objective.
Right.
Like here comes the blue team
Oh,
with
they
the
managed to
contest.
find it. That's good calling coming out from Lucian. They're doing a lot of damage over to them. The ultimate whiffs from Gragas, and it's gonna be the blue team getting away, but Dragon goes over to WeFly.
So objectives being traded. 2 turrets for New Blood so far, and 1 turret and 1 dragon for the set of WeFly. Objective game kind of even. Hook does not land onto the Lissandra.
Oof, that would have been pretty scary. Mez just picked up blue, so it's definitely want to try and take that away from him. Missed the ethereal chains, so no follow-up is going to come out from the blue team, but this is going to give time to Graves to power farm, but now they're going on to LeBlanc, but LeBlanc distortions away. The trap manages to catch Lissandra, so they're not going to be able to follow up and try and get the kill onto LeBlanc.
Oh,
are they?
Going down to about 200 health. The burst is definitely a danger, but they in their goal for Bapos. Through the magical journey, will they follow? That's the ultimate collateral damage. Will bring down Bapos.
Yep, 4 members down over in the top side jungle. Definitely in a very difficult position for Bart. He wanted to go for the additional damage on. Oh, but now Mess might get caught. The Nautilus ultimate comes out. It's going to follow him through, but he's not going to go down just yet. Now Penguin goes on to Grave. The teleport comes out from, looks like it's going to be LeBlanc, and no, it's Trundle that comes out, as well as LeBlanc. All 5 members down in the mid lane. This turret should go over to them.
I mean, that's something that animal activists won't really be too happy about.
Flash comes out from Nyx, and it might go on to Mez, but no, Nyx is the one to go down to Penguin. The turret is going to go down, though. Yeah, one more hit from Caitlyn, and it falls the blue team on the run, trying to get away from Refly before they get the re-engage.
The fast push from the New Bloods really paying dividends right now as they take all 3 outer turrets for themselves, and that's going to be giving them an early goal lead so far. Hunting bad pass in the jungle is something that might ruffle the feathers to some animal activists out there, but this is League of Legends. It's war out there. It's anybody's game, and you want to be bringing your opponents down. You want to be bringing the Nexus down. Because let's not forget, it's a $20,000 prize pool on the line for both of these two teams here at the ASUS Republic of Gamers Champions Cup.
Yep. And these teams have been practicing for it. Talking to a couple of the members on New Blood side previously, M21 as well as Jasmine Call support, were talking about how they've been trying to train on the Korean server. When asked whether they got to play against Faker, not yet, sadly, not right on that level, but soon. Coming up soon, but yeah, definitely they've been putting a lot of practice into the game to win this very large prize pool, a lot of incentives to try and win, so they're trying very hard for this.
I mean, you have to realize that going up against Faker is like saying that, yep, I'm just starting out casual boxing in Singapore. When is it going to be my turn to fight Floyd Mayweather? I'm afraid that that's going to be a little bit more difficult. Faker is the final boss of League of Legends. Fighting SKT and Faker is you have to get down there, you beat whoever it is, and you thought the game was cleared, and it's just like Pokemon, it's the Elite Four, you clear the Elite Four, and then your rival appears, and then after that, there's still Faker.
Yes, that's the entire road to get to where Faker is going to be incredibly long. And a cheeky little Rift Herald call for the blue team, and they managed to pick it up. Mess actually didn't try and check that, so he ends up missing that a little bit. If he just threw his Claude right through the wall over to the Rift Herald, he probably would have killed Graves.
And if he did buy Toto on the previous day as well, he might be a millionaire right now.
You can't say it that way, Jensen. You know he wants it, right? I'm trying to be optimistic here, or is it pessimistic?
Well, I have to say that this is hashtag life hacking advice. If you want to be rich,
Buy Toto every day.
Not every day. You're just going to buy it once, and you're just going to win it.
Right.
Buying it every day is not going to make you rich. You have to win it in order to become rich.
Oh, Bike managed to catch us down onto LeBlanc. LeBlanc gets taken down by the piercing light. Mess from the backside, and they managed to pick out LeBlanc so far. And it's going to be Trundle and Nautilus. Graves on the run. A double going over to Lucian already. The two members left, Caitlyn and Graves, so low. They cannot try to defend this mid lane turret.
Overextending the mid lane, trying to play things risky. And now this is why, no matter how much you advocate striking,
Oh,
Toto,
the flash
never
catch
mind
onto
M21 in trouble.
M21.
And
Yet
this is
another
exactly
kill.
why you don't gamble with your life, even if it's in a computer game, because gambling is never a good idea. Penguin overextends a little bit too much and gets taken down by the turret. Very careless play from the Gragas, getting a little bit too greedy as well.
Actually, I think that kept the kill away from Caitlyn, because Ace in the hole was locked onto him, but he actually managed to get executed before he died to it. So he managed to deny the kill over to Caitlyn, so they lost a lot in that previous fight. 3 kills going over to Lucian. He's going to be able to pick up so much in terms of his build towards the Yomu's Black Cleaver build, the Korean Lucian build, with how affordable their different parts are. And now with the Phage, there's going to be a lot of kite potential.
The sheer amount of movement speed that Lucian gets with this build is definitely something that New Bloods will have to watch out for, because he will be able to dash into the faces and shoot. Most of the crowd control go down. You can guarantee that Lucian will be going in deep and dishing out the damage that is expected from the marksman position. So traditionally, there are 5 roles in the game of League of Legends, and the damage dealer, kind of like the archer, the Legolas of the team, is played by Caitlyn on the side of New Blood, the sniper lady with the long rifle, and Lucian on the side of Refly being played by Charmander Bot.
Yeah, rather interesting right now, because on the side of New Blood, they don't really have much in terms of armor items, so Lucian especially is going to do so much damage. Then again, do you really build armor against somebody who's going to shred you so hard? Omo getting caught out though, he's going to get taken down very quickly, I'm pretty sure. Bard gets on ultimate onto Tree, but now where Ranger goes on to Gragas and Bard as well. He shows up, but he doesn't get the stun. Mez as well walks up, but do they want to fight a 4v5? I don't think so, after removing Omo from that fight.
Oh my, Omo.
I think it's...
What was he doing over there? Just going to 5 people as a single Maokai. Yes, you're a tanky tree, we're playing the tank role, but there's no point soaking damage if the rest of your team isn't following up on that. And the Mountain Drake will be going over to do
but they're going on to a big fight. Mess ultis himself, but should go down very quickly. No, he managed to survive with a heal, but that's one for Charmander bots. That's gonna be one for Mess and another for Mess. Mess gets the stun onto Rengar trades it off, but Gragas picks up the final kill. 4 for 1 in that fight.
While New Blood, they fumble into the choke, and Mass comes in and shatters everybody, and he's going to be singing and asking them to let it go because he's just making them frozen in place in the previous team fight.
Oh, I'm loving it, Jensen. Well, I think the right thing to use was Omo. They just got wrecked.
If you want to put it simply, yes, you can put it that way, but in terms of objectives so far, we have been able to equalize things, and it's a nice 2,000 goal lead for themselves. Not the biggest goal lead, but I'm not going to be calling it over. Double TP is coming in on the hunt for the Gragas. The LeBlanc comes in, their snare will confirm. Doesn't get the Mimics one, and the kill goes over to Jasmine with the anchor smash to the face.
Oh, Bad Boss looking to go down to the turret instead. Does a little bit of damage to it just for the heck of it. But yeah, a little bit of an overstaying there by the WeFly team, right? They should have been aware of the double teleports. They weren't exactly checking the timing, and now they have to use the culling just to wave clear, and it's gonna be difficult for them to hold off against 5 members.
I mean, I don't usually like to make jokes about depression, but the amount of suicides that we've had in this game is a little bit too high. We saw it once with the Gragas. There was an interesting deny, and then Bad Boss on our side just kind of gave up on life, went to the bottom side and fell down. But Omo coming in from the flank. Once again, no team to follow up to that one. There we go, ultimate onto Jasmine. The Noctis falls already.
Yeah, Nyx comes on from the side, doesn't manage to do anything though, but there we go, where Rengar should go down to catch off with the bar ultimate. That should be another kill going over to Mez, exhaust onto Graves, and it's gonna be a double for Lucian. Charmander bots coming out huge in this game.
We saw lots of Q shenanigans coming from New Buds early on, but this is the bottom line. Can you win the team fights? And in this case, WeFly says, we are the ones winning the team fights. We are going to be the ones smashing and taking this 4-for-1 exchanges. And we see 6-0-7 the Charmander bot. Yeah. Very impressive, Lucian.
So far, LeBlanc has managed to get away by the skin of her teeth, or well, by her clone, because that invisibility is her only saving grace right now. The piercing light is able to pierce through it anyway, so she's been getting very, very low and has to run away much earlier than she would want. In this case, even though Mez altered Jasmine, the support, it was still enough of an initiator with the slow effect and with his own frost, the W. They catch off so many different members. It was just a very conducive team fight for them, and the bar ultimate removing the team from the fight.
And now we see the game reset back once into a more regular pace. And Gaminism, I have to tell you a secret. And the secret involves lab over here. And it's the secret lab chest that we're sitting on right now. They're one of the partners coming in for the ASUS Republic of Gamers Champions Cup. And this is what we have to say about them. It completes your setup. And if you upgrade the Secret Lab chair, you get the ultimate seating experience. Every Secret Lab chair is designed for maximum comfort and ergonomic support. In partnership with ASUS, Secret Lab is proud to be the official computer chair partner for the ROG Champions Cup. The fight going to be breaking out, turning golden onto the LeBlanc.
Should be able to pick up the kill on the LeBlanc. Penguin manages to get it. Now they're going on to Caitlyn. He's going to get caught up by the trap, so the blue team is going to be able to escape, but they did lose the LeBlanc in that fight. 0-4 and 3. He's losing a lot of the early to mid-game impact that LeBlanc should have, and that is not going to go well for New Blood.
What a bloodthirsty game we have on our hands here. What a bloodthirsty game.
So just now, up in the top side, we missed it a little bit, but Graves actually managed to catch off Omo. And he used his teleport to get away because Graves doesn't have any CC that can get a catch on him.
True the magical journey.
There we go, Charmander bot trying to kite away from where Rengar. He does a lot of damage, gets his E back up, but he chooses not to follow on anymore as he runs out of mana. So that's just going to be a quick trade. I think Charmander bots use Flash in that situation.
Lots of summoners being forced from both sides. Very scrappy, very messy game we've had so far. From the side of both New Bloods as well. WeFly, but WeFly definitely getting the upper hand of all these engages. 16 kills to 6 at the moment. Here's a very simple way to tell who's winning in League of Legends is the team with the most kills. What's your favorite way of telling which team is winning?
Well, my favorite way to tell which team is winning is probably going to be the one that has better vision control on their own side, right? Because things like turrets do give you a lot of gold very quickly, but I've always felt that they can be equalized more easily than something like a strong vision game. So that's why I would say I think WeFly definitely has a little bit of an advantage in that, since they have been getting good skirmishes, so warding has been very easy for them. But I feel like we've neglected something a little bit, Jensen. The Rift Herald buff onto Graves is still up.
Definitely, and with every shot that he gets with 100 stacks of charges on himself, he's going to be doing some bonus damage with a 5% magic reduction as well. And we can go through lots of complicated ways and perhaps some analytical models as well as to how to determine if a team is winning in the game of League of Legends. Because sometimes it can be back and forth. We can talk about probability models. But here's a very simple way for anybody watching out there to tell who is winning in League of Legends. You turn to your friend and you ask him, which is the team killing the Nexus? And there you have your answer. Because at the end of the day, you win in League of Legends by killing your opponent's Nexus, and that's what both of these two teams looking out for. And if you're wondering,
one second though, catch on to Mez. We might see where Rengar gets something onto him, but they're gonna back off. There we go. Nautilus comes out from the back line. He's gonna go off with the ulti onto Mez. Mez gets hooked as well, doesn't manage to dash away, and he falls to the support.
No chance for the Lissandra, and that one is both of the tanky members on the side of New Blast trying to turn things around, but LeBlanc gonna be caught.
Yeah, very easy kill going over. Nice little trade, but not necessarily worth it, I feel, considering that LeBlanc has lost a lot of impact, whereas Mez definitely still is a very critical part of the success of WeFly so far. And now, where Rengar opting to go for the push this top lane turret, I'm not sure whether the red team would want to continue sieging down mid.
But here comes the entire Goon squad. It's Malachi going to be looking around at the bar, going to be flanking from the side. Will he be able to find the stun?
Oh.
He does confirm.
Nice stun, twisted advance. The pillar comes up to slow the enemy team, but Charmander boss with the Yomu's Ghost Blade. There we go. The slow from Ban and the final auto attack will give the kill over to him, and they managed to stomp the split push effect by Trundle.
So this is both teams making the same mistake at the same time. WeFly sends the Lissandra up to the top lane initially, and it's like, yeah, let's just kind of split push in the solo lane without any support or vision or anything. And New Blood pounces on that and punishes it. Okay, we got a Q now. We've got a map advantage. And what do? They make the exact same mistake as somebody solo push in the solo lane without any team backup. And WeFly says, yeah, you just kind of told us what to do when somebody does this kind of nonsense. We're going to punish you the exact same way.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. Looking like something I would do in my solo queue games. Oh, you get a solo kill and then you keep pushing no matter how low you are. Rather interesting, but I think he could have chosen to try and teleport away by going to the brush before that, but I don't know, I'm not challenger. Are you?
Well, I mean, he could have used, because might have been trying to save the teleport for a later setup when the team is splitting 1 and 4, and if he just dies now, he's going to respawn in less than 60 seconds as compared to when actually using the teleport and putting down the 3 or 4 minute cooldown.
Exactly what does Meow Kai troll?
That, I have to feel, is a very important question, because this kind of things that puzzles me is, in general, people find hurling cats around kind of a sacrilege.
Oh, hold that thought, because now there's going to be a sacrilege on the top side as they manage to get a catch onto the two of them. The Nautilus uses his hook to get away, but that top turret looking pretty juicy.
And we see the siege beginning from the side of the WeFly squad. Right side team just grouping up to the top side of the map. The LeBlanc trying to get it with a very creative way of trying to chunk somebody down.
Both top laners have teleports, so it may end up at a 5v5 bot side, depending on how it turns out. Magical Journey used to get across, and that's going to be the Lissandra ultimate coming out onto Caitlyn. That's Charmander bot with the first. He doesn't go for the second, but a lot of damage and the teleport comes out for Trundle in the last second, but he chooses to stop it. LeBlanc coming in from the side, but does he want to go for it? Does a bit of damage on to Charmander bot. The flash from Bear Paws used, looking for a catch, but it's not going to happen.
Well, meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map is just a wet little fast as the Trundle and Maokai just slog it against one another. And we do see the raid side team just going to get a pick off on the opponent marksman, and without the main source of damage, as these range champions usually do, it's a very easy objective for the side of WeFly as they take the second tier turret and the top lane for themselves.
Yeah, Caitlyn is one of those champions that really needs her items in order to do a lot more damage, especially with that long range. She has a lot more potential to do damage in the late game, and it kind of counters or balances out the LeBlanc that falls off a little bit down to the late game. But at the rate that it's going, they've recognized that Caitlyn is going to be the next threat. So we saw Mez decisively flash and all down onto Caitlyn to get the pick off. If that continues, what do you think is going to happen? Well,
never mind, hold that thought as we do see the fight coming down. The Maokai tries to go in on the Trundle. There we have the subject going to be eating his tank stats. M21 there with the backup, but he's going to be facing off against Charmander bot. That's the dash forward. The piercing like that will be the kill onto the Graves, as on the side of the screen as well, we do see the kill on the Trundle as well, as the rest of the New Bloods. Okay, that was just a distraction. We've had your entire team over there.
Whoa, he's coming out big.
Big ultimate on himself.
Yep, now he tries to look for it, but he's going to get hooked up and then gets altered by Nautilus. The kill goes over to the support, but now we see Omo coming in big. He flashes in for the Twisted Advance. Hasn't managed to find anybody just yet, though. He's going to punch Caitlyn to death. Gets caught up by the trap, so it gives LeBlanc some time to run away. But now the rest of his team is following up, and they're going to try and look for something else.
And there's the teleport being used to get off there. We'll be able to find the barrel at the edge. LeBlanc barely making it out of that one.
Gragas with Runic Echo, so if he, Charmander Pod picks up a very fast kill onto Jasmine. This is probably going to be the Baron call. Gragas has the Runic Echo, so at that moment, if he went up closer, he may have been able to get a kill had it been able to land onto him.
And that will be the Baron objective picked up by the side of WeFly. And with that big purple objective taken, now this is what many people will consider a game-ending objective, because it gives the minions, which are these neutral things that spawn every 30 seconds from your base, lots of tanky stats, and the ability to shred turrets.
Right. Score isn't everything, but do you want to talk a little bit about the CS counter, Jensen? Because right now, I'm seeing a big disparity, and I'm not exactly sure how it translates out this.
And this is going to be the Inferno Drake picked up by WeFly with this. They're going to be getting an 8% increase in damage across the board. And this increase in damage will be helping them dish out more damage to the opponent champions and just make them more painful in these fights. 9, 0, and 10. 4 items on Charmander board at the moment. This is a monstrous 80 carry we are looking at.
Black Cleaver, Yomu's Ghost Blade, more of Mortius. Does armor even exist anymore? He's gonna be, not to mention that, he's also very unlikely to get bursted down by LeBlanc. Even if LeBlanc picks up a very strong item like a Rabadon's right now, he's most likely going to be able to survive with a bare minimum of health. And with heal, he's still going to be able to actively participate in their big team fights. So this just shows the big item disparity and how it really translates into a big advantage for WeFly.
Okay, let me try to explain the flat penetration items for armor over here. For items such as Black Cleaver and Yomu's Ghost Blade, it gives you flat armor penetration, which makes it very effective against people who do not have tanky stats.
But talking about that, Bear Paws gets the first kill. There we go, he uses the twist, uses his Zonya's effects on to catch M21. M21 gets stunned up for an eternity, and he's gonna fall pretty soon. Flash on Penguin to get the kill, and he goes over. That's gonna be another kill for almost 3 members down. We don't see the other 2 able to defend this. Inhibitor is gonna go down. Will they be able to get the minion wave in order to try and end the game from here?
And we do see it's a very valiant attempt from the Trundle, trying to pull the minion wave to himself so that WeFly doesn't have the necessary minions to try and end out the game. But there we have Charmander bot just going to be soaking up some damage from the turret, but they do decide to back off in the end as we do see the Caitlyn respawning in the last 3 seconds.
Yep, but this inhibitor, especially in the mid lane, really opens up a lot of choices for the team that picks it up. They get to choose to go for whatever objective they want, and a lot of these cases, it really either a snowball situation, or if they are unable to capitalize on it properly, can also be a troll situation.
We see the Toronto hiding in the brush over there. That's the secret. Don't let anybody know. It finishes the recall successfully.
Yep, pretty lucky that there wasn't any ward there. Or rather, I think it was calculated because they've been sieging for a while, so naturally the ward should have expired if he didn't see a blue trinket ward, so that's what's most likely he was expecting. Yeah, and this is the counter strats. You know, when your enemy team hides over at your brush, now you take their crux, and you get the advantage off of that.
The Trundle, still at this point of time, he has completed the Torn Mill. So this is going to make it actually painful for Charmander Bot to actually do damage to him, because Charmander Bot has not picked up any lifesteal items yet.
Yep. The biggest flaw with these new Korean Lucian builds is that really the lack of lifesteal can really be detrimental to you overall. But the obscene amount of damage coming out really just settles the issue. Yeah.
And now the rest of the raid team will be grouping down on the bottom side of the map. That will be another objective taken for free at this point of time. They just have way more items than their opponents. And with that, they can just get a much better team fight and just walk in to opponent's base and start picking objectives. That is going to be the inhibitor turret, and then moving on to the bottom lane inhibitor, we do see the death charge going on to the Lucian.
There we go, they're going to turn on to where Rengar first. Trundle should go down very quickly. Mez manages to pick up the first. The Bard ultimate doesn't manage to pick anybody. Caitlyn ultis flashes out of it, picks up the inhibitor, and now they might try and use the super minions to end the game 4v5.
Looks like they have minions pushing on the top side of the map, so never mind, let's just try to get all the objectives in the game, get turret number 9 for themselves, and they do actually find a kill onto LeBlanc, and that might just be the green light to try and end out the game. They're going to be going in deep for the dive box. M21 onto the sidelines. He's reached the safe zone of his own Nexus.
But it's safe enough. Oh my damage.
That's the first Nexus star going down.
That's the second. They're still trying to get this kill onto M21. Soyuz comes out by Mez, but he's gonna die. And the Nexus goes down.
Cheeky bait from Mez and the rest of the team, deliberately not ending the game in time, allowing him to die. They kind of ruined his KD a little bit more. I have to say, 10-0 and 13 on Delusion. Fantastic play coming through from Charmander Bot. My goodness.
Yeah, it really makes you question, do I want to get that Lucian go through? They first picked the Trundle. Trundle definitely had some impact, but overall compared to what Lucian had, it may not be worth it to give that first pick over to the enemy team to pick up 2 very strong picks.
Now let's not forget the rest of our sponsors over here at the ASUS ROG Champions Cup. Definitely the headline sponsor is the Republic of Gamers themselves, as it's called the ROG Champions Cup. Let's not forget Logitech, My Republic, Secret Lab, as well as Steel Series for sponsoring this event as well. And this, once again, we're looking at $20,000 prize pool. If you can come here, there's going to be stage games later. We're going to be having an interview with the all-girls team PMS Asterix right after this. And then there will be stage games later on at 7 p.m.
Yep. Looking forward to it.
Intel Core processor.
People waste a lot of time. Then they wish for more. They want more hours in their days, more days in their years, more years in their lives. Because if they had all that extra time, they could fix any mistake. I don't need hours or days or years. I only need seconds. Here's the thing about time. If you can't make the most out of any given moment, you don't deserve a single extra second.
Intel Core processors.
Every child in Valorant has heard the tale before about the cursed mummy boy who felt his heart no more. So sad and lorn, the helpless lad, Amumu was his name. He ventured out to find a friend and learn about his bane. For many years, young Amumu traveled through the lands, determined to make friends if only they would understand. But even when Amumu stood upon the ledge of home, his hope would disappoint him and he would remain alone. But then the curse began to whisper in his ear. It would confirm what was Amumu's biggest fear. It pledged that never shall someone become his friend. It pledged that he shall be alone until his end. The sorrow and despair became too much to bear. The moment when Amumu realized what he had done, too late it was for him, for them, the evil curse had won. The anger and the anguish overwhelmed his fragile soul and caused a wicked tantrum that he never could control.
kick off.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gents, back for the ROG Championship, and this is our first ever ROG Champions Cup, proudly brought to you together by ROG as well. The Republic of Gamers and their partners join us as the final 4 teams challenge it out to become the ultimate champion and walk away with a total prize pool of over $20,000. And by showing your support, you can come on down and win attractive prizes through stage games and other giveaways that we have.
And let's not forget what the grand prize is for tomorrow's jockey draw. It is the latest ROG Strix GL502. And I have to say, I'm super stoked, super excited to be looking at all these fantastic products. Let's say into picks and bans to find out if New Blood will be able to equalize against WeFly, or WeFly will be cleaning out the series 2-0 to advance to the finals.
Yep, very common pick. Nidalee coming out from the Nidalee Band coming out from the blue team, going over to stop the red team from picking it. On the blue side, you only get to have 1 priority pick, so it makes it difficult to have a lot of very strong champions out as first options. So getting rid of the Nidalee, very common option. You remove this very, very strong jungler, and with one of the fastest, if not the fastest, jungle clear in the entire game right now, definitely a strong choice to remove from the game. On New Blood side, first ban, Morgana, very interesting kind of ban that they want to go for. It's probably because they want to go for a very poke orientated, very high reliance on big ultis kind of team compositions, and so they want to remove something that could potentially deny them from that, and that's probably the big reason why they would choose to get the Morgana ban early on.
I just need my combat reload of batteries over there for my microphone, so I hope I'm back with the audio. And once again, my name is Jensen J. Somergo, and delivering the cast of me today is Brendan Gamerissimo, and we will be bringing you some exciting, some fresh, some fantastic League of Legends action. I'm so excited. Don't you love esports?
Whoa, I'm so excited, Jensen.
Come on, we
can
can
shake
do
your
that
hand?
one more time. We can do that one more time. Shake my hand. And now,
All right.
are you ready for some esports? Woo! Here we are. WeFly versus New Bloods. We are going to be heading up for the third ban. I'm so excited to see what changes they will be making. Still no Lucian ban from either of these teams.
Best of 3 game series, so this is already match point. They don't get rid of Lucian. If they first pick it, I totally expect that to be a very possible thing to do. There we go. Have they not learned their lesson? A 10-0-13 Lucian, and you let it go straight through, past your grip. I can understand being on the red side, you might be able to pick up 2 very strong champs, but come on, you just let the Lucian get through.
Well, once again, this might be them just going for strategy. Okay, we'll give you the Lucian, but in exchange, they will be looking to pick up the likes of maybe the Rise or one of the other strong power picks in the current meta game.
Yeah.
And we have to see, okay, we give up an extremely strong Lucian that went 13-0 on 10 the previous game. What are they going to exchange for it? It looks like they will be trying to grab the Gragas for themselves. This time, the Lee Sin, the target ban that they sent towards Penguin was not banned now. So if they deny this Gragas pick, I would not be surprised if he defaults to playing the Lee Sin.
Yeah, in the previous game, we saw them trying to run a very split push kind of orientated situation with Trundle doing a lot on that front, even though occasionally he would die. But yeah, the fact that they managed to release it and a Gragas kind of shows their hands a little bit in regards to the method that they want to tackle this problem, which is be very, very aggressive, I think.
So Lee Sin and Gragas going to be coming through for New Blood, and that's just going to be target picks, trying to deny Penguin to outplay its champion pool as much as possible, saying that, okay, you're a jungler who is known for being a one-trick or maybe two-trick player. We're going to grab both of your champions at one shot. And then now we seem defaulting to something that's a little bit more in the meta game, going for the Graves pick.
Yeah, running the double AD carry is a pretty common thing now, especially with the carry style junglers. No Kindred pickup, but Graves equally as strong. Has a slightly different mechanic with his very strong jungle clear, I think. Yeah, so I don't know, maybe you'll see a triple AD carry. Omo on Lucian?
I don't think we're going to be seeing a Lucian in the top lane, but it is most likely we see the Poppy head up in the top lane, and I have to say Poppy against Gragas. The lane tends to be rather weak, but once you consider the jungle matchup, the fact that the state pass presence from Poppy is going to be denying so many of Lee's abilities, you have to feel that that is where V-Fly will have the advantage when we talk about a 2v2 between the top laners and junglers.
Yeah, the state fast presence, the heroic charge, the Poppy mechanic gives you so much in terms of mobility to position yourself in a way that can really deny a lot of the things that the New Blood team will want to try and activate with the body slam, with the dashes, and all that. It makes it very difficult for them if they have to directly duel the Poppy.
And on the side of New Blood, they have locked in the silver and will be going for, my goodness, it is going to be BLIT Zack Crank, Blitz Crank in the support position. Now that is a champion that is kind of YOLO or bust. Go in there, hit the hook, get the right person, you win the team fight, you grab the Poppy, and that's kind of the end of your team.
Yeah, Call of Support really enjoys this kind of hook style champions. You saw in the previous game he took Nautilus, didn't really have as big of an impact as he would have wanted, I'm pretty sure, but he definitely did show that he has the proficiency to land the hooks and such, so I think it makes sense to have a pickup. Is that a triple E carry?
While we definitely might see Lucian in the mid lane being picked up by Maz over here. Perhaps they're just teasing up with that one. Lucian in the AD carry position. We didn't see it play in the mid lane in the LCK yesterday night.
Yeah.
So that, seeing a triple AD composition is definitely a possibility. But they do lock in the Ahri, and that will be picked up by Maz in the mid lane.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. This is your one pick you were talking about, the Azir pickup. Why don't you run me through a little bit, because you were talking about how strong it is right now.
Well, but I have to say Azir against Ahri in the mid lane is going to be a very strong skill matchup, and it's up to Azir's ability to dodge out the skill shots coming in. And definitely Ahri is a very flashy champion. And with the ex-challenger #1 on the champion, are you ready for some amazing plays?
Yeah, I think I am.
Get ready to be amazed by the Ahri in the mid lane, because that's what V-Fly is going to be going for. A pseudo pick composition with the Ahri as well as the Bard, and the follow-up damage and disengage coming through with the Poppy being the disengage, and Grace and Lucian being kind of the bang-bangs.
Yeah, so, well, I think V-Fly really need to make sure that they don't mess up, and they try as far as possible to play around what they have instead of trying to fight very in-tight corners where the New Blood team will excel at, probably.
I mean, so far on the side of V-Fly, you've seen solid performances come through from the bot lane. And when you talk about messing up, I have to say he hasn't really been doing that. In terms of leveling up his game, yes, fantastic up on the Lissandra previously. The people we have to watch out for on the side of V-Fly, it's the likes of Omo, it's the likes of Penguin Xiaohui.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of them who have been a little bit more erratic players, just moving around the map, not too sure what they're doing, and getting randomly picked up by their opponents. And now we have to see, is New Blood going to be able to capitalize on that? Now they have a Blitzcrank, you land a skill shot, and that could be a money hook coming in for them.
Pretty interesting. Definitely hope they can pick up Infernal Dragons pretty early, because what's a Charmander without Ember?
No, I mean, he definitely has to evolve at some point of time, and that is one of the important questions. Charmander bot has been a player who has been in the city for about 5 years already.
Right.
And here's the all-important question.
Yeah.
Why has he not become Charmeleon bot yet?
Well, I'm pretty sure it's because his level is a bit low. He also doesn't have a Firestone. It's pretty difficult for him.
You don't need a Firestone to become
you
Charmeleon.
don't need a Firestone normally, but because he's a special mutated breed, right? He's a Charmander bot. Don't forget that he still has a little special thing at the back, right? So he needs a Firestone, has to be in a Master Ball. He also needs to reach level 101 before he can evolve over to a Charmeleon bot.
Well, I see that. That's actually making it a little bit difficult for him. Well,
Yeah.
here's my theory to it. In order to level up, you need to get experience. And in order to get experience, you actually have to win stuff.
Oh, that's absolutely brutal. Jason, promise me that you won't burn me like that.
Well, I mean, Charmander Ball is the fire-type Pokemon. It's him. You see, it's up to him to see if he will be burning his opponents in this game, especially with the blazing guns of the Ardent Blaze of Delusion. But nonetheless, I have to say, we're steady in this one. We're steady, right? Going to this. be
Yeah,
cool with this one. But let's give a shout out to our sponsors over here. My Republic is the... I'm just gonna read this up. Gear up, log in, game on. My Republic Gamer offers gamers like you, me, and everybody here an arsenal of features for the extra edge in game. In partnership with ASUS, My Republic is proud to be the official network partner of the ROG Champions Cup. Basically, if you need internet, go and find My Republic. It's not just any republic, it's the Republic of
My
Singapore.
Republic.
It's My
My
Republic.
Republic. Yep, a little bit more before we head into game. So, what do we expect from these lanes? We saw lane swap come out in the previous game. Do you think it's gonna happen again?
I have to say, I'm gonna take a swig of my Red Bull.
Yo, hang on. Let's go.
Cheers to
Cheers.
that one. Gonna get some energy for this game because here's my answer to that. This is a very high octane, very bloodthirsty game that we've seen so far. Every minute, we've seen a kill being averaged every minute, and even when people say, oh, lane swaps, they're so boring and stuff like that, right off the bat, bam, first blood on the M21 the previous game.
Yep.
Lots of shenanigans coming up from these two teams, and you gotta have the energy, gotta get ready for the esports actions, and gotta be ready for the bloodthirsty games that both of these two teams are gonna be bringing us.
Is that why the petals turn scarlet?
Well, I mean, Scarlet. Actually, here's something interesting. Like, somehow people in gaming, they tend to favor certain colors. So you're
Right.
going to hear a lot of Scarlets being involved in these kind of things. And Scarlet is kind of a crimson red, I believe.
Chrismon. Yeah, Chrismon light.
Well, I think that's an inside joke that
Okay, alright. Yeah.
So let's go back to talking about the color Scarlet.
Okay.
And that seems to be a rather prevalent name that we have seen in general. Like previously we had C.Scarlet O in one of the older TLC teams, and now we are seeing Scarlet Petal over here. One of the previous managers for ASUS Gaming also went by, I can't remember what's the exact name, but involved with Scarlet as well. But why does nobody call themselves stuff like magenta, like turquoise, or maybe even olive? I think that there is some form of colorism being played in over here when it comes to name selection on Summoners Rift itself. But let's talk about the two important colors, because on blue side, take it away.
Right, on the blue side is gonna be WeFly. On the red side, New Blood. WeFly already heading in as a big team, packed down to the bot side. They might end up meeting a couple members down the bot side, Call of Support, as well as Scarlet Petal. But they're gonna hold off a little bit and enter just as they're about to start. So the changes towards the Krugs and to the Gromp make it less viable for the bot lane duo to really try and pick it up. You want to explain a little bit about that?
Well, so actually we see the 5-man stack at the bottom side of the map. They're actually trying to anticipate the invade that might be coming through from New Blood. Same thing if you're playing solo queue, and here's the pro team. If your opponent has got Blitzcrank, 80% of the time, I blew that statistic out of nowhere, but 80% of the time, as I'm telling you right now, they will go for an invade. And this is WeFly saying that, yep, the invade's gonna be coming. They just sit on here, and if they come, you can go full Admiral Akbar. It's a trap.
Well, Jensen, don't worry. I'm going to provide your statistics with a little bit of mine. 100% of the time where you're right, you're right.
Definitely indeed, and the leading cause of death in the world is definitely childbirth.
Yes, that is the case. But that's not the issue right here, because the issue right here is the biggest cause of loss is playing the game.
I wouldn't say the biggest cause of loss is playing the game, but 100% of the time when people lose in League of Legends, they play League of Legends.
Are you sure about that? Do you have citations that I can check maybe?
Well, actually, I think I'm kind of wrong, because you could always leave a game and you get disconnected, and then there's those situations where the server is wonky and you get loss prevention scenarios.
Right.
So, aha, I just disproved myself. Charging into the face, sending the Sand Soldiers for gimmick, using the Azir very aggressively. Does miss one CS over there, and a second one.
Yeah, but overall still doing pretty well up against Mez. He has a difficult time trying to fight this matchup, especially with the high cost of some of his spells early on. It's going to be a bit difficult for him.
And I find that this is a rather interesting decision to lane swap coming through from WeFly, going for this early lane swap, and it's going to be opening up the map a lot. Yes, Bar does a very strong goal early on. stole the big strike, and now we see the 4-man collapse on the bottom side of the map from the New Blood squad. The Raid team having the faster collapse, trying to take down this turret as quickly as possible.
Yeah, they should be going for this very quickly, whereas on the blue side, as we've mentioned before, because we fly opts to go for a slower start, they do manage to gain a little bit more in experience in terms of gold by the time they head up to the top turret. And with the Lucian passive, with the double shot, he's able to very effectively push the waves. So it kind of balances out a little bit, even though the turret has already went down so quickly.
And now this is where we're going to see the opportunity for Blitzcrank to start roaming around the map. And we find somehow, despite having all these melee damage available for them, they're slower in taking this turret. And New Blood is going to make use of that tempo advantage to transition that into an early dragon. And this isn't just any dragon, it's the Raid one, it's the Sparkling one. Some might call him Charizard, some might call him the father of command the board in this situation. But here's the important thing, it's not the 25 gold, it's the bonus 8% damage that New Blood gets when they take this dragon on deck.
I expect a total grudge match. They just made a new they just made Charmander Boy angry, you know? You don't want a Lucian angry. He's gonna come in your face and he's gonna double shot you to death every single time. You think it's over? No. Hits you twice, resets the Relentless Pursuit cooldown, and they go for the fight again. Now on the boss side.
Gets the dunk down onto Omo and gets the charge. Whoa, actually,
Whoops.
very creative placement on the barrel, knowing that the wall bang will be coming in from Omo.
But a lot of minion damage goes on to Gragas, so Gragas has a difficult time. Drafting potion already on Omo, taking away. Hopefully he doesn't get baited out. Lee Sin standing by the side definitely could find a potential to go on to Omo if he gets greedy for the play.
And 21 very sneakily hiding the brush over there. Once again, speaking of secrets, we're selling a secret that cares. But we have to leave that monologue for slightly later as Penguin Xiaohui will be fighting M31 in his own half of the jungle, and we see a little bit of pause. Looks like Mass is having some technical issues on the side, and we will have to see if he will be able to resolve that. Once again, this is the ROG Champions Cup, and we are playing the game known as League of Legends. One, if not the most popular mobile game in the world right now. This is a game that fills out stadiums. Lots of people tuning to watch this game. The World Finals at 36 million viewers watching it at its peak. And here we are at the Suntec Convention Hall, and you are watching some of the finest, some of the top Singaporean players go head-to-head against each other in a competition with $20,000 worth of prize pool on the line.
Right, and if you're anywhere in the Expo Center and you're here, you can hear our voices, feel free to calm down. There are gonna be stage games in between the games, so you get a chance to win something and show your support for a few of these teams. It's quite stressful, I feel, so feel free to come by, show a little support to them, give them that little encouragement that they need to give us a 20-minute clean stomp against the enemy team.
Well, definitely lend them your energy, lend them your strength, and most importantly, lend us your efforts in trying to overcome this pause. Pauses are unpleasant. We sit here and we talk to each other about stuff. But nonetheless, what's important is that we might be able to get the game very shortly, as we do see the players joining into the game itself any moment now. In 3,
2, 1,
back
action.
into the game. A little bit off sick over there. He should have communicated that beforehand.
True, but I think we still did pretty okay.
Yeah, nailed it, nailed it. Fist bump, let's go.
Fist bump, let's go. Yeah, so we're talking a little bit about the time. Alright, so a little bit about the time that M21 spent down the bot side waiting for Omo to overextend. Kind of a detrimental kind of setting for him, especially you see that Graves this entire time has been farming effectively, already picked up his grid, smite the Scourging Saber. Might be a bit difficult for him to come back from this. Oh.
They're going to be calling the teleport for this one. The repeat of the 4-man gang getting quite earlier. The Gragas goes for the stun flash for the knockdown.
A lot of damage down onto Jasmine already as Charmander bot forces them away. He's going to be able to pick up the CS. Teleport wasted on the side of Gragas. They weren't able to get the engage thanks to the stun coming out by Bear Paws. Another shot.
Oh man, it's another pause in this one. Loading bar on the screen. Once again, looks like we might be having some technical issues. So
it is Bear Paws after all. Was that cold? Do you need my jacket? Because it seems kind of cold, Jensen.
Well, I mean, when you talk about bear paws, how does somebody with bear paws play a game like League of Legends? Like goes to the keyboard, yeah, maybe he smashes one paw down, hits the enter key, and then smashes the other one, and then maybe a bunch of random letters, maybe Q, W, D, F, Z, X, C, appear on the key, appear on the screen and stuff. How does he hit the ultimate button accurately?
Well, because Logitech combines engineering and testing, so even people with bare paws are able to use their equipment to play to the fullest of their abilities. As now we head back into the game, we're gonna see them try and pick up this top turret.
And that's our awesome sponsor, the official peripheral sponsor for the ROG Champions Cup, allowing for even a guy with bare paws to play the game of League of Legends.
Yep, and yeah, so this looks like they're just gonna not try and contest this top turret that quickly. Gragas should be looking to do something else in the meantime, where they just have that AD carry support duo fight it up on the top side in a 2v2 setting.
So some downtime over here as you see both teams now reset back to the top side of the map. Let's break down the Ari versus Zero matchup. Currently we see they're getting a slight difference in potions, but now that Ari is level 6 and the lanes up is effectively ended, she will be able to get assistance from the jungler, and that's when the Q pressure will really start to power onto the Azure being played by IGN.
Yep. It's a bit. Well, actually, it's very, very close. In fact, if you look at the CS difference, Mens is only behind by 1 CS, and now that he's just going to hit back, he's going to be able to come back into a pretty decent matchup, considering he should be able to pick up his Negatron cloak early on. Gray's looking for a cheeky little play as he goes over, smites the crowd.
Penguin Xiaohui with a very cheeky smite steal onto the Crux over there.
Yep.
It's not the end of the world, but it's more. It's a moral victory if anything else. You go up there and you smite it like, ha! How does that for you now?
Oh, they might have ended up spotting M21. If he goes in now, there's a possibility that with the collateral damage as well as his Q, might be able to take him down. Now he's going to enter a 2v3 situation. Hook barely misses. He gets away by the skin of his teeth.
Call Jasmine over there almost getting the max range hook down on the Penguin Xiaohui. It looks like the Grave knows that the Blitzcrank has eaten the fair presence. Looks like he really trying to make a retreat play on the top side of the map, knowing that there's no tier 1 title available for these players.
Yep. Oh, there we go. Engage onto Gragas as now we see Bepos comes out. Flash used already. No slow available. So here, they're just going to let him go off. Overall, pretty okay trade. Wearinga had to burn Flash, but it did also relieve pressure off the Lucians for him to free farm.
I mean, speaking about Logitech equipment, the mechanical keyboards is definitely one of my favorite. And talking about guys with bare paws playing these mechanical keyboards,
Yep.
I wonder how it kind of sounds. Like, for most people, the advantage of having the mechanical keyboards is definitely the faster response time and stuff like that. But for me, the reason why I love mechanical keyboards is the clickety clack sound that you get when you actually type really quickly on it. Popping from the back line, almost a
Oh, gets the stun onto Silver. A lot of damage used already. But there we go. M21 comes in from the side. Hook misses. Lands onto the cannon minion. Well, they get 41 gold, but Omo is going to be able to stay alive a little while longer. First blood goes over to Mez.
Amazing play in the mid lane, but meanwhile, Omo.
Oh, great off coming out by Omo.
He goes on not again. And it will be the 4-man solution at the top side of the map. It's Rinse Repeat and refresh from the New Blood Squad. As they just come in and even use the Blitzcrank ultimate to clear out the minions, as they will be donating this goal over to the Gragas players.
Yep. This is actually a very, very good situation for Gragas. He's spent a lot of time trying to set up plays around the other sides of the map. So he's ended up neglecting his own gold. Picking up his local gold for himself is going to be huge for him. We see Penguin come onto the top side trying to get a pick onto Silver or the Blitzcrank, but he ends up just barely missing the timing to go to find them.
Well, I have to say the disruption on the reforce kind of worked in the favor of V5 because the Dragons is now live and both teams will be scrambling for the objective. And tell me, what is that symbol for the Dragon?
That is the Ocean, yes?
Yes, who's that Pokemon? It's not Charizard, it's something else. There's no Water Dragon in that case. So it's just the Ocean Dragon.
Well, dragons are weak to cold types, so if there was a Lissandra, that would have been good, but...
Actually, there is a water type dragon, right? It's called Gyarados.
Yeah, but... That's
Okay,
kind of
let's,
an
let's,
iffy...
let's not go down to calling things in this game by Pokemon and stuff. Uh-oh, Chum and the bot might be finding the hook of a Blitzcrank. But yes, the Ari on the other side to back him up. We might see a fight break out over here as the
Oh!
team barely misses the hook. Really stopping up the Dragon.
Oh, that he gotta catch them all, man. That's what Blitzcrank was trying to do. And now they're going in. M21 gets a big fight, but he's gonna get exhausted, get taken down very, very low. Almo in a very interesting position. Charmander boy is the first to go down as Sivir picks that kill up. M21 goes back in. Penguin trying to do damage to Scarlet. He gets the ultimate off, but he doesn't manage to pick up the kill. That's one for Bart, and Penguin gets lower and lower. Almo misses the stun, but that's gonna be a kill for his Almo as Maz comes by from the side and picks up the kill onto Scarlet Petal.
And no Azure in the team fight. The New Blood Squad, they started the fight 4-on-5. The collapse solution was fantastic. I have to say, there was a fantastic collapse coming through from the New Blood Squad. But the Azure, they're running 4v5 in the fight. Come on, guys.
2 kills goes over to Bar, and it was a very interesting choice because Ocean Dragon, the one with the slow as it attacks you, it makes it very difficult to disengage if you aggro it, which was really the biggest factor, I think, because Blitzcrank took so much damage before the fight even started off the Water Dragons alone.
Well, the Lee Sin might be trying to go for the deny from here. Oh, there. With the sword, he has to stay past Travis. Don't do it. It's a trap. Don't do it. Okay. No listen, Joe. No listen, Joe.
Right, a little bit of downtime for them now as they try to recoup from their losses on the New Blood side, whereas WeFly, with that big surplus of gold, have a lot that they want to try and do. And M21, he's trying to look for a pick onto Lucian, but when... Oh. Yeah, so New Blood trying to do what they can and trying to equalize by using objectives as well as they can, whereas WeFly already having picked. Of course, that field work doesn't necessarily help, but now they have some vision.
Vision definitely coming down from both sides. New Blood Squad just littering what's all over the place. The top side of the map, there's squads. Bottom side of the map, there's squads. Lots of vision coverage coming through from both sides. But WeFly is the one, they have the goal lead, they have the kill lead. They're really looking to take the objectives soon as they get the K-Pass presence.
Oh, managed to get the block onto the body slam. The ultimate comes up from almost 3-man converge onto Dragon, and he's gonna go down. Yet another kill goes over to Grave. Well, maybe the pink one should have been a better place.
The bot ability to roll and just traverse the ring really quickly is definitely a big strength of his. As you do see the rest.
Oh.
WeFly just moving around and they will be using the flank.
Oh, get the slow onto NYX. Doesn't manage to get the stun though, as Ari continues to poke as well as he can. Charm doesn't connect, but they... Well, I think they're just gonna wave clear rather than try and siege at this point.
Unfortunate miss of the stun there from that bot. Elsa will be getting the shield and likely the million objective for themselves.
Oh, but M31 coming from the side. Charm lands onto Lee Sin. That's gonna be Penguin with the kill. Unfortunate. You went at the wrong place, wrong time. Just ended up getting yet another kill over and relieving a lot of pressure that what WeFly should have been feeling at that point of time, and they might be getting died at this point.
I like the idea that M21 has coming to these fights, going in with the flanks, just looping around the side, trying to come in from the back. But you can't do it when the opponent's mission, you're probably
Talking
with
about
the wall
flanks,
bank.
there we go. Omo tries to get something, doesn't manage to find it. No charm, no stun manage to connect, but there's the turret going over. That was the flank you were talking about, right?
Well, that's the way you want to do these flanks for your opponents. Do not have vision of you, and then you loop her up on the side and surprise them. That's kind of what you want to see. M21 did it in full vision of his opponents. And of course, he's going to be caught up by the Ari, by the Graves, by the Poppy, as well as the Bard.
Right, so far we've seen a lot of focus down onto the mid lane. Both teams want that outer tier turret. What about the side lanes? I feel like they're kind of not getting the love they deserve. Oh, we might
Mash trying to go in for this one.
no chance get you just yet. That's going to be the Ignite. He anticipates the wrong direction. Flashes over, gets the kill onto Lee Sin, but he's going to go down to a 0 as he manages to equalize the kill counter a little bit in their favor.
Well, still 1-for-1, so they aren't exactly equalizing the kill counters. Still 5 kills down and about 3,000, but nonetheless, that's a shutdown goal going over with the passive goal haters to the rest of the team as well.
I mean, 1-for-1, it's kind of equal, kind of. It depends on how you see it, right? Yeah, because like in that situation, where M21 was already 1, 2, and 2, it wasn't as important for him. Whereas Mez 3 and 0, he fell and had the burst flash in order to pick up that kill, leaving the mid lane open to have the turret taken down. So overall, I think it was a pretty easy play for Mez to choose to go for that unnecessary kill, whereas he could have just backed off and used his flash to disengage. Omo with a very interesting option to go into 4 people. As the teleport from Dragons comes out, that's a kill going over the Sivir. Not sure what he was doing. Maybe a little too heroic. You know what they say? Maybe he injected a little bit of some liquid courage.
Oh, there we have it. The Flash Boys unable to find the Graves. But
Dash on
he
the
has
Penguin.
misses as well.
Yeah, he might just be able to dash to the wall. No, actually he's going to get ignited. Tries to kite away from where Rengar, but it's not going to bode well for him. Charmander bot now tries to get for the trade onto the dual bot laner. You do see Mez coming in from the back now. Actually picks up Nyx. He gets the charm on the Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank isn't able to do anything. Mez coming out back. Big from the side, whereas Charmander bot doing a lot of damage on the back line. That's going to be a double with the Q from Ari, and it goes over to a triple kill. Mez coming up huge.
Amazing plays coming through from the Ari in this game. Going in, bursting the backline damage source now of the Azure, and then cleaning up the rest of the fight, securing a triple kill for himself. Looks like this might just be the opportunity for the Weave Light squad on the blue side to break into the base of the New Blood.
Yeah, initially it seemed kind of iffy, but the fact that Omo died and gave himself over, but it actually caused New Blood to become cocky, and now they try to find a fight that they weren't really going to win in the first place. Couple that with the Poppy teleport from the back, get the flank off, and they managed to get a very strong, convincing fight onto New Blood. And now before getting the inhibitor, they have to back away. Yeah, but New Blood should be able to pick up a dragon off of this.
Pings going off onto the Dragon Pit at the moment. It is going to be a second Inferno Drake. Should they be able to pick this up, they're going to get a total 12% bonus on the amount of damage that they do. There's a significant amount, and looks like New Friday will not be deciding to contest this one. They just back away from it.
Yeah, you can't win them all, but at least they're snacking that damage. That is very, very strong. We've seen some adjustments to the Mountain Dragon, reduction damage to turrets and the damage, and with the Ocean Dragon as well, but we haven't really seen anything coming with the Inferno Dragon. But it's honestly a very, very strong choice to pick it up. Penguin managed to get the red buff, but he's likely going to get caught out. But there we go, Poppy comes in from the side, M21, the first to fall. Now they're going on to Sivir, but it looks like Poppy is going to go down next. Azir gets him, and there we go, Bard gets one kill onto the Blitzcrank, and with the Empress Divine, we saw Nyx disengage from that fight and prevent the Bard from continuing the aggression onto him as well as Sivir.
I love the setup for that one. It would have been a very good pick if only he had the prerequisite to see when they should build away from these fights. If you just sit around for way too long, yes, get a kill on the Lee Sin, but you gotta back away from that. Or just identify that you're engaging 2 against 5 and just back away as soon as possible. And once again, Omo kind of being the questionable play on the team, repeatedly going in and kind of putting himself in the weird places. Dragon starts to go into the charm onto the Ari.
We see the ultimate, there we go, explosive cast used. Ari forced to use her Spirit Rush to get away from that. Dodges the hook, uses the third one just for the sake of it, and they get the charm onto Lee Sin, drops the Ignite very quickly as well, but Lee Sin shouldn't fall to that. Survives with a little bit over 100 HP, very well played. He had the pop ultimate, but it was a strong trade for the Dragon's ultimate as well.
6-1-1 on the Ari. We were hyping Mass in the mid lane, and definitely he has more than lived up to the hype. Once again, Omo going for the one that invades in his opponent's half of the jungle. We will have to see if he gets punished this time around.
Omo might go for a flank down mid, right? They don't... Yeah, Nyx over in the mid lane. They might just try and pick up his turret.
Gonna be the wave clear coming through from the New Blood, preventing Refly from getting too much damage onto the turret.
Yeah, this isn't even a red and blue side jungle anymore. It's solely blue side at this point. Just look at Penguin going from every single camp, picking it up, get the buffs, and they just force New Blood behind more and more. Lee Sin, traditionally already a champion that falls off towards the late game, Couple that with the fact that now he gets no experience, no CS, has to share and soak up from his team. Wow, just so difficult for him to scale up and have any relevance anymore.
I mean, usually Lee Sin's a champion that doesn't really skill very well. You kind of need to snowball with him. And 1, 4, and 5, M21 hasn't really been doing a good job of doing that.
Yep. I think Paul support on this rank really has to be the one to find King. Culling used, and it might be the death of Scarlet Petal as Penguin uses the ultimate. They get a great trade as Vaughn manages to get the stun onto Silver.
Once again, Bear Paws with a fantastic stun, and we see the charm going down onto the Blitzcrank, and we see the sure catch potential of the WeFly team just sieging down onto the turret. Whenever they step forward to wave clear, they risk the charm, they risk the culling. So many things coming through. Solo kill from the Poppy onto the Dragons off the screen.
That is not something that should happen. You cannot allow the two tanks to find each other out and one tank to end up dying. That sets one of them you so far behind. Poppy is already a very strong champion in this meta by default. You do not want to give her any more advantage than she already has.
Very brutal game coming through from the WeFly team, just walking all over the new blood so far in this game, getting solo kills all over the place.
Yep, now is a little bit of an interesting period of time. I think they both want to find something, but there's very little that they can obviously get, right? The bot lane inhibitor, you overextend, you try and siege mid on top, might not necessarily find somebody. So, what do you think? Baron or Dragon in another minute and a half?
I would have to say they're definitely going to go for the Dragon at this point of time, because for the set of WeFly, they don't have that much Baron setting ability. They just go for the easier objective and be able to control that attacker. Once again, almost going for the 1v2.
Yep, getting caught out a little bit, but he's going to be able to back away quite well. In fact, as we see two members heading over to this side, Blitzcrank as well. So far, it's fine. The trade was really decent. Charm lands onto Nix, but it won't be a kill going over just yet. This just shows how strong the Silver Azir combo for Wave Clear is. They have no opportunity to try and siege these turrets down.
I mean, personally, it looks like it is going to be the name of the game for the set of WeFly. Because that few bloods, I mean, just stay under the objective, play it slow, and then have your wave clear champion stall the game for as long as possible, so that this 5,000 gold lead just remains the same, and the longer the game goes, the less significant a constant gold lead is.
Alright, a little bit of Venta right now. You see, Bad Boss has played Bart 2 games in a row, right? I would have loved if he played Snow Day Bart and Penguin just followed him as one of his meets.
That's a little bit of a stretch going for that one, but I have to say, nice try.
Alright, points for try. Do I get an A for effort?
A for effort, maybe B minus for creativity.
Oh, that's... Well, at least I
But
got
in
an
the
A.
humor element of that, that's a straight F. I'm sorry.
So I'm bad as a human now. But it's fine because Penguin managed to get... No, sorry. The Bar ultimate managed to catch up 2 members and you see a teleport coming out from where Rengar. He goes on big onto Charm teleport. Switches to Penguin. They go to cast views as well. We do see Scarlet Petal doing a lot of damage. Next on the backside, managed to pick up Mez. Mez does manage to get the kill onto DC Yendo, but Scarlet Petal managed to get down another member as we see almost fighting 2v1. They should go over to where Rengar pretty quickly. Charmander bot still very healthy. No Yoma's Ghost Blade, but Charmander bot, if he gets the hit onto Nekogami, should get a speed up. There we go. Get the body slam misses and hits onto the wolves instead. Now Oma coming on for the flank on Scarlet Petal with no more mana. Will she be able to get away? That's gonna be the knockback. A lot of damage on the Oma. Oma's gonna fall. Wow, Yoma's Ghost Blade blocked by Charmander bot as he chases down the Scarlet Petal, the flash as well. Relentless pursuit, the catch off, the shutdown onto Lucian. Great play by Scarlet Petal.
My goodness, what a messy chaotic team fight breaking out over there. Once again, Omo late to join the party, always on his own, doing his own stuff on the side lane. And I have to say, New Blood, they were able to punish that. They saw the members of WeFly being split up, and they went in there, they came, they saw, and they kind of divided and conquered in that one.
Yep. Good choice by Call Support to actually head over back to Hell Scarlet Petal there instead of recalling early on once he knew he was safe. Managing to get that spell shield after the piercing light didn't do damage. They barely survived that last fight.
And New Blood over here, I kind of like, oh, now why couldn't this have been the Inferno Dragon?
Oh,
Get the
no.
Dragon Slide on Xiaohui.
Oh, big bar ultimate as he catches 4 members off, but Penguin goes low as now where Rengar, he's gonna get the kill. No, it goes over to Azir. Almost coming in now as he tries to take down Scarlet Petal, but Lee Sin comes in for the backup. Flash pop by Omo as he tries to get away, but very low where Rengar trying to pick up the kill onto him. But there we go, Charmander bot picks up the first so far. Nick so low, but they're unable to pick him up. Won't this translate into anything as they, or will it just be yet another kill? M21 goes down, where Rengar so low. Will he be the one to fall, or will they just go for this mid lane inhibitor turret?
It looks like they were able to come out ahead of that one. Once again, super scrappy fight. The starter of a catch onto Penguin Xiaohui. And then the rest of New Blood were not able to handle the diving presence of the Poppy. Super tanky at this point of time with the Icebound Gauntlet as well as the Banshees were completed. And now this will open up the opportunity for the side of WeFly to start pressuring on the inhibitor.
That was 41 gold. He missed the cannon. I can't get over that.
Come on, don't let people know. You've got to stop letting people know that Naz is actually capable of making mistakes. 8-2 and 3 on his Ari. He's the best player in Singapore. No doubt about it.
Alright. That's my bad. I definitely need to go back, reflect on myself a little bit, write in my diary.
Yeah, write in the diary.
Yeah.
Write in the diary every day. Naz is my favorite player in Singapore.
Yeah,
And it's not just any Singapore, it's the Republic of Singapore. Not
My
your
republic.
republic, it's my republic.
Yep, this is just the downtime. We've seen that the fights between WeFly and New Blood have been getting closer and closer as they close up this gold advantage. As well as the fact that Omo has been a bit late to some fights and getting caught in other fights. The previous fight it was Penguin getting caught, but Omo was a little bit late as he joined the fray. So we have to see how it pans out now that they have been having closer and closer fights. Will they take it more seriously and they group and then they try and push their advantage and end the game from there? Or will they be a little bit cocky and just end up throwing their game?
Well, good news for the New Blood is that they will be having the Inferno Drake spawn for the third time in a matter of 5 minutes. So that will give them the third Inferno Drake and a huge amount of damage boost in this game. So should they be able to continue to drag this out, we might still see them make a recovery. And on the side of WeFly, they need to actively start taking control of the map to make use of the fact that they have an Ari Graves combination to instantly burst somebody down. Now New Blood just going to be trying to bait the Baron over here.
Oh, gets spotted out by the blue trinket. Unfortunate, it was a very good bait. They used the dying vision of the pink ward to make it seem as if they were walking over to the Baron, but getting caught, spotted out by that blue trinket, really just kind of lost their chances to be found.
And I would say when you're 5,000 gold down, it takes a little bit of nerve to try to make this kind of plays, and it's not just any kind of nerve, it's nerve of steel. Speaking of steel, let's talk about one of our sponsors. It's the Steel Series. They have fueled the gaming industry by creating innovative new products designed specifically for esports and passionate gamers everywhere. Like you, like me, like everybody here, in partnership with ASUS, Steel Series is proud to be the official partner of the ROG Champions Cup.
Yep, so that's really just going to be the case as we try and see between the two teams. Maybe Penguin might be found out here. M21 definitely sees them going up to the top side. He's actually in between multiple members. That's going to be the red trinket catching him out. Now we see a big fight coming out as Dragon tries to go into the back line. They manage to disintegrate Bot. Even with the ultimate, the Poppy ultimate comes up big on the 3 members, but the Graves ultimate misses because of that. And they're going to pick up Scarlet Petal. The ADC is dead. Penguin has the more, so he's able to survive just a little bit longer. Almost getting caught out by the hook. And there we go. That's going to be M21 picking up the kill on the Graves. And Nyx gets one onto Omo. It's gonna be a 3-4-2 in favor of New Blood. Yet another fight slowly going over to their advantage.
And I have to say, this is the skilling portions of the team composition coming to place. The Azir, 3 items completed, Abyssal Scepter, that's the purple one, the Rylai's Scepter, which gives him a slow whenever he deals magic damage, and the National Snoop, which just gives him tons of attack speed and damage in these team fights. I have to say, New Blood, they are going to be very confident in the next few fights.
Yeah, but you have to remember that Mez, being level 16 as he is, he has to look for things. He cannot be playing more passively and this team getting caught out more often. It really has to be them finding the picks onto Azir, get rid of his wall. He has the cleanse, so you know the initial charm isn't going to be able to find it. But that's going to be how it goes.
Well, the Azir is definitely going to be the point man here for the side of New Blood, 6-3-3. Not too far off from the 8-2 and 5 that Refly's mid lane and Maz has been picking up, considering what a strong early game they've hit so far. Next Dragon going to be spawning Fire Dragon number 3. This might just be a huge fight for both of these teams. Vision completely denied in the favor of New Blood over the objective.
Oh.
A sneaky ward over the wall.
Close, very close hook. If that went over, that was probably going to be the Dragon heading over to New Blood's 4-3 in that setting. The Bard so far with his ultimate has been huge. He's gotten 4-man catches, but it looks like the blue team are opting to just go for the push down mid lane instead of trying to contest with that Dragon.
New Blood going to be coming for the flank. The Dragon engage.
Catches down the Mez. Bear Paw's going to go very low. He's likely to be the first to fall. Mez doesn't get taken down just yet, but he does get hooked. And on the other side, Omo gets catch onto M21. M21 going to fall. It's going to be a trade. 2 for 1 so far. Penguin picks up 1. So now they're going to go over the Scarlet Petal. The piercing light doesn't manage to get the kill. Penguin tries to catch up to Scarlet Petal, but it doesn't look like the kill will go over to him. And the rest of the team, will they try and look for something else? I think there's a little bit of a problem here.
Some problems with the spectator climb, but looks like the Silver did indeed fall in the fight. And this is the first fight that the Refly squad has been able to win in the wall, and we have to see if they will be able to transition that into the Infernal Drake. The IGNX not wanting to give it up is going to be the third Fire Dragon for themselves, but there's going to be tons of stands they're going to be trying to go for this one. Commander Bot is going to be the focus and poking them out with the Azure.
Win is a little subjective, but now it really shows whether they win or not. They're going on to this. Oh, Mix managed to pick up Charmander Bot. That's huge. Now Omo has to 2v1 fight Dragon at the same time, but he manages to do it. Gets the first. Now Bear Paw's coming up as well. Won't it be a magical journey? No, they're choosing to finish the Dragon instead. We see Cross the ball coming on the side. This might come out. No, the Dragon resets. Jasmine, he's gonna go low. Gets the hook on the Bear Paws, but Bear Paws gets the ultimate. Not before. Omo gets the first kill. M21 now as well. He goes low. Mez coming out from the side. Gets the jump on the Dragons. Dragons goes very low. 4v1, and the Dragon goes over to Penguin as well.
And 4 people down on the side of New Blood. Refly, they can either walk into the base or translate that into the Baron objective. My goodness, New Blood, it looked like they were going to be going down 0-2. They tried to fight back, and now Refly just making a statement here saying that we were the better team in the first game. We want to prove that and translate our early game lead into a win. Once again, a little bit of lag coming through, and the Baron has been started up by Refly.
This is the Baron that they need. If they want to be able to counter the very strong wave clear potential of Azir and Simba, they need to get this Baron, and they do. This is the opportunity for them to close out the game.
And that's the big game-ending objective that was picked up by Refly. And once again, we find them at a 10,000 goal lead. But let's not forget, Silver Azir is a very difficult combination to go up against due to the sheer amount of wave here. But with the Baron, it's a siege buster. The minions become tankier. Wave clearing becomes so much more difficult. And we are going to see Refly make use of that Baron buff. They make the push. The blue team now has a chance in the next 3.5 minutes to grab the end of the game.
Yeah, they're going to go for the open inhibitor first. I think that definitely makes a lot of sense. You can see Penguin wanted to pick up that blue buff, but Mez calling him off, saying that's my blue buff. He's going to pick it up pretty soon. Once they get that, they should be looking to choose a lane and then continue to siege that. Maybe in fact try and push 2 lanes at once, because with the Baron buff, it makes it more difficult for New Blood to find an opening to engage on them very hard.
And now Refly is going to be grouping up to the top side of the map, so that is where they are going to be looking for perhaps a game-ending engagement onto their opponents. Going to be splitting 4-on-1. Poppy does not have teleport available just yet, but in a matter of 45 seconds, he should have that available.
Yeah, Yep, the turret close to going down, but they cannot try and siege it by themselves because they might end up getting flanked out. Now with small members available, they can more safely up to try to go for the push. There we go, that's gonna be the charm on to Nick, and Nick takes a lot of damage, flashes away, but the Ignite takes down, and Nick will be the one to fall. Charm and the bot banging down the turret, he should be able to take it down very easily. Almost, no, Penguin, sorry, over in the mid lane, with Omo down in the bot side, he's trying to pick up this inhibitor 2v1, now 2v2. Will we see the members of Yuba stop this? But Scarlet Petal picks up Vampires on the other side of the map. Top side, looks like an interesting skirmish, but that's going to be the first inhibitor to go down this game. Engage on the Penguin, he gets caught out, now he's going to get knocked up. Will the Poppy Ultimate be enough to save him? No, he gets away just a bit more. The heal coming out from his collateral damage as he escapes with his life after picking up the inhibitor.
Just barely making it, and the seasons continue. Almost going to be going in hand, and now all the damage will be picking the turret down. Nakugami going to be the focus of this team fight. Scarlet Petal throwing out the boomerang, just slicing it. Very dangerous weapon that Silver has over there.
Yeah, as we said, that Baron was the pivotal point. It changed the game entirely. Now it's really just Refly going in, picking up these very difficult to gain objectives, and once they have super minions on their side into their base, New Blood just doesn't have a way to respond to that anymore.
It looks like Refly, they have been able to bounce over the base. The Baron buff will be expiring in another minute. So that was the big scary push that Refly was able to achieve. We were calling it, saying that perhaps this might be the end of the game, but it looks like New Blood were able to hold on for a short while longer. They did lose an inhibitor, they lost an additional inhibitor turret,
Right.
but
And
now, without the Baron minions, Azure Silver should be able to clear out the waves much more easily.
Yep, definitely agree with you. And I think we need to give credit where credit is due. Scarlet Petal has done a lot this game. His very strong wave clear on his kit, as well as his ability to get the kills over. So far, we saw him pick up a kill on the bad pass while on the top side. Things like these have been the ones who kept their team in the game. As now, you can see there's so much pressure as they try to pick up this inhibitor turret. This inhibitor, well, the Azir has kind of a pseudo inhibitor turret there.
Poppy just going hand once again, 1v2 at the moment. Gets dropped back into the turret. Private Crack is going to be dropping down for half health. That's how tanky he is. And the first pack is going to be looking for the hoof back in. That's the summon coming out.
Yeah, that was just really weird. I understand that he has the Guardian Angel, but you don't just go in to fight two people under turret, a Gragas and a Lee Sin for fun, right?
No, I mean, this is the same guy who's engaging 1v5, randomly walking down the mid lane with 5 people. Repeatedly.
Yeah, well, that's Omo, right? What's a game with Omo if you don't see him walk 1v5, teleport into 5 members, and then don't cancel, just go straight in? Team, where's my team?
I mean, he's the cousin of Yoko Ono, is YOLO Omo.
YOLO Omo, nice.
The Azir turret will be going down, and that will mean that the super minions on the bottom side of the map will start flooding into the base of New Blood.
38 minutes into the game, the respawn timers are going longer and longer. Oh, catch on to Mez as he falls. The ultimate from Jasmine means that he won't be able to dash away with his Spirit Rush. Well, doesn't have it anyway, so great catch onto him. That's the Silver ultimate comes out. The culling being used to get him away a little bit. Omo over in the brush. He's ready to stop anybody should they come bad pass as well. But this should just be the disengage for Refly unless they go back in. Charm and the boss pick up the first onto N21 as they continue. Stun comes out onto Werenga. There we go. We saw Carl support get onto bad pass. But then Omo in the back line, Charm and the boss trying to kite away. Omo taken down very, very low. He has Guardian Angels, but will his team be able to come up, show up and support? But Penguin, he's pushing the Nexus turrets. Will they be able to go back in time, or will they go and try and kill Omo
Stop
first?
the recall! But that's the Thunderbolt coming through from the Gragas, and then I have to say, it's still objective nonetheless. Penguin Yahweh going to be getting a kill for his efforts as well. Going to be trying to come in, but that's a Q-Max collab, and will he be able to get one more?
Oh, so close, no! Shut down by Scarlet Petal as they manage to pick up Grace. Grace coming up huge, picking up a Nexus turret, and as he exits, he managed to pick up his another Blitzcrank Outer Dragon being done by the Refly members down over at the Dragon Pit. This might be the game-ending factor.
This is the other news short vectors. The Dragon Pit at the 35-minute mark becomes the Outer Dragon Pit and spawns the gigantic Outer Dragon, which gives you another game-ending buff, which gives you a passive true damage stick with any form of damage that you do subsequently.
Yeah, and well, it depends on how they use it, right? Because in this case, it's a more aggressive buff, so it doesn't really help you in terms of siege against turrets, which is really what they need when they're trying to match up against this very strong wave clear composition. But it also means that Mez is gonna be the star of this show. If he manages to pick up a kill onto a member like Nyx or onto Scarlet Petals, that's gonna be a very big factor for them.
I mean, most of the time, I would just be calling the game at this point of time in the favor of the Refly team. But however, Dragons might be caught out.
Start on to where Ranga a lot of damage to. That's an explosive cast. The Azir over the side Blitzcrank tries to get a hold but doesn't manage to connect. Minion has destroyed a red inhibitor and now almost pushing down the mid inhibitor. 2 should go down before the enemy team is able to respond to this. Will they be able to end the game off of the split push alone?
Just going for the two-prong approach, one member, and in fact they do get the burn as well. Tons of super minions in the base right now.
This is
see the
huge.
burn also coming out.
Yeah, that's game. Omo on the run, 3 members in base, but with Baron, 5 members versus 3-1 Nexus turret. I don't see anything happening except game.
But they do have the silver, they do have the Azir. With
Oh,
the
jump lands on the Dragons, no Sando, and they're going to try to stop it on 5 time and the bot gets taken down very, very low. We see Azir coming up. He might be able to pick up one, gets men so far. Charm and the bot gets taken down very low. Almost gets taken down as well. A sudden reversal comes out for New Blood as they manage to pick up 4 members of Refly.
Scarlet Petal coming out huge in that fight, just goes in there, hits the ricochet, and just takes on so many people, picking up a triple kill for himself. Fantastic slide and glide from IGNX, going there, clustering everybody to line them up with the boomerang blade as well. New Blood hanging on by the skin of the teeth. Come to think of it, skin of the teeth, doesn't that refer to your gums?
Well,
Does teeth even have skin?
yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I was gonna ask you the exact same question. Do you have skin on your teeth? And if you do, is it because you're biting somebody else?
Well, I guess there's kind of a lining of the tip of your teeth. It's called animal or something like that.
Yeah, I think it's the animal, but it's like a layer of like classified stuff. But let's not get into that. I think we're not here for a science lesson or anything, and I'm no dentist.
Speaking of science does win, and looks like New Blood might be trying to go for this unfortunate kill.
Oh, Penguin getting busted down very quickly. That goes Scarlet Petal getting the kill. Big Poppy ultimate, but almost gonna go down. It should be a double already. Mez on the side though. Charmander bot picks up one. Mez picks up another as well. A 3v3, but both carries alive on the Refly side as Mez goes in again. They pick out one. That should be Charmander bot picking up a kill on the Scarlet Petal once he respawns. A triple, a quadra, and the game should be the ending.
Charmander ball once again on the Lucian, 11 and 3 and 4. That's the quadra kill. 43 minutes in. That is going to be the super long death time is coming through. And looks like that should be game for the side of Refly. In fact, super minutes might just be able to end it all at this point of time. And they're going to be going for broke. Second extra star goes down. Looks like your first finalist of the ROG Champions Cup will be the team known as Refly.
Was there any real doubt though? I mean, #1 challenger on their side. Was there any doubt?
There was some points of time where he wasn't as amazing as we thought he could be, but they did push through in the end, came in with a flashy plays and Charmander bot. He might just find his evolution into Charmander after this series, and perhaps he might be taking out that laptop. I have to say that if you're on the other side of the bracket right now, you're going to be looking at this team and saying that, yeah, that's our opponents in the finals. We really got to step up our game. 11, 3, and 14. Amazing illusion being played by Charmander bot over here.
Yep. Still credit where credit is due. Scarlet Petals on Silver performed phenomenally. Sadly, his team didn't get the early game advantage that they would have wanted. Picking up that Lee Sin, weren't able to play aggressively, so they didn't really scale as well, but still he performed phenomenally. Azir with his Emperor's Divide also found some very good picks onto Charmander board as well as Mez, especially down over at the inhibitor fight. So they played very well, but overall, we saw WeFly play even better. That's why they won.
So that wraps up the first semi-finals for the ROG Champions Cup. We will be having the second semi-finals later on in the afternoon. But before that, we are going to be having a special appearance by the all-female girl gaming team in Singapore known as PMS Asterisk. And they will be appearing to answer some questions, play some mini games, play some stage games, and give away some exciting prizes. So on behalf of ASUS and its partners, we would like to thank everyone for taking the time to join us in this special event. And we hope you have enjoyed it thus far. Don't forget to join us in our daily stage games, where you can stand to win attractive prizes and also the latest ROG Strix GL502 in our grand lucky draw tomorrow. Don't miss that. Welcome, welcome.
Whoops. Are we
I
good?
hope it's okay now. Let me test that. Okay, the volume is there. This is the ROG Champions Cup, sponsored by ASUS Republic of Gamers and their partners. My name is Jensen J. Somgo, and joining me with this cast is Grandin Gamerismo, and we will not be bringing you exactly the main stage event because right now we are having a fun show match between Singapore's first ever all-female gaming team, PMS Asteroids, as they go up against two members of the audience on the Howling Abyss. The rules are simple. First to get two turrets down claims victory in this match for bragging rights.
Bragging rights? Well, I think the second you play against them, you have bragging rights already. It's pretty simple.
Maybe
You-
it's a win-win. So for the challengers, they can say, yep, I got to play together with PMS or Asteroids as to know
Yeah.
for themselves, and they can take it home and say, yeah, I got to meet some of the star players in the Singaporean scene, and on definitely go power coming through on their side, looking to retain their pride as we take a look at the loading screen. So we are going to be seeing a Caitlyn and Ziggs go up against Alistair and Jarvan.
What a dirty cheese comp coming out from the two of them. Kaylin with the super long range to keep whittling away at the turret, and Ziggs with the new satchel charge being able to detonate turrets under what, 20% HP? This is the definition of cheese and try hard.
Well, I mean, they are the ones with something to lose in this matchup, so definitely they want to be keeping the pride in this case. So both of these two players, I believe that Lustreless is a challenger, and it's actually a substitute for one of the TLC teams that will be playing tomorrow at the Legend Circuit.
Yeah, it's really pretty interesting. You can see that a lot of the teams in the TLC or just they go for a lot of competitions. A lot of the time, they have a pretty big circle, pretty big group, and a lot of them are interconnected in terms of they know each other and such and such. And there's only one thing I have to say to that: XD.
XB indeed, the fantastic tag over there. My favorite group tag. So groups is one of the new features that have been introduced in the last few months or so, and I think it helps the combinations grow together, helps the combinations connect with one another. And already we see the fast moves going to be coming up from the Asteroids duo. They're already coming in.
Oh, there's a lot of damage on the Lustreless. Is she gonna be able to do anything? Exhaust comes out, Ignite used already. He might get taken down if nothing else happens. Q popped on the other side. Oh, well, there goes the flash, and the flag comes, no, not the flag. The Q comes out in order to pick up the first kill of the game, but sadly this isn't gonna work by the number of kills you get, it's by the number of turrets you pick up. But that definitely sets the two of them behind, and now they have to return, but they do get to buy some items.
Well, got a little bit too aggressive with the fast moves and the Q
Oh, double
definitely going
knockup.
to be coming through. Kaylee getting some damage down, lots of damage from turret with the beautiful Peacemaker, not able to find the home target.
I can finally see the direction they were heading with when they did the Alistar Jarvan team comp. I call it team comp, but really, it's basically just double knockup against all the time. You're
Well,
knocked up.
here's a better term for it. It's called a partnership.
A what?
A partnership.
A partnership? What's that?
Like
Eh.
in partners, like your two partners, you have to form a partnership. This is not team composition, it's the partnership between Alistair and Jarvan.
No. This is a solo game. As you can see, it's just two solo players versus two solo players. There is no partnership in League of Legends.
Oh, I guess that kind of explains why you aren't able to climb up higher the challenger ladder. Whoa!
Oh!
Actually, the damage coming through from the Ziggs auto attack, able to take out Jarvan's life. And now the Alistair, the whole world in trouble.
Great
It's only 2
Peacemaker.
kills, but that's enough to secure the ace as the PMS squad do clean house on the kill lane on Jarvan as well as Alistair and start work on the turret.
That's a lot of damage going onto this turret already. It's just gonna be a really strong fast push composition. The only thing that could have been more cheesy than this was if they took an Azir and Tristana at the same time and tried to siege with that.
Come to think of it, that's actually a pretty good idea. What other cheesy two-man combinations can you have for this format?
Tristana, Azir, Ziggs, Caitlyn, makes sense. What else could you actually pick? Lucian? MF?
Maybe something involving like Silver? with a really strong wave clear. Yeah. He has to do a lot in the early game. That, you know.
Whoa, both the poke going down onto Jarvan. And Jarvan as well as the LSU completely zoned away from the minions at the moment.
It's a little back and forth like banter, you know, just talking things out. Oh, the flash knockup as now Caitlyn flashes as well. The knockup manages to land onto Ziggs, but that's about it. The ultimate comes out, but the Alistar ultimate prevents a lot of damage from coming onto him. He manages to push Caitlyn closer towards the turret, but it's not enough. The Thunderlost Rock from Java kills him, and now it's gonna be Luckless to fall as well, unless she picks up the relic, but it's not gonna be enough, and the ace goes over to the other side.
No, I think we're gonna see this repeat back and forth quite a few times. Every time Alistair and Jarvan have their flash up, just go in there, flash pulverize, and start the fight. This is what the Q lane wants to be doing, and they're definitely getting the kills for themselves.
Right, every 5 minutes, just go for the flash engage. Oh well, I think his mastery should allow for, he should have taken that, right? Yeah, but you can really see the difference in terms of push power between the two teams, the two partners, right? Yeah, one side is totally unable to get that turret down any HP whatsoever, whereas on the other side, wow, it's only left with less than a third of its original HP, right? And it's just gonna keep going lower and lower off this. It's really a case of picking two melee champions versus two range champions, and with very interesting kits to take down these turrets.
I'm just waiting for the Session to execute the turret. But he's gonna be using it on the Alistair instead.
Oof, a lot of damage comes onto him already. The Peacemaker doesn't manage to connect, but that's the ace in the hole, and it gets him. Unfortunate.
Unlucky. And that looks like it will be the first turret goes down into the favor of the PNS team. We thought that this game might be lasting a little bit longer, but it looks like you have the eyes set on the prize, and the first turret has gone down the radius. Starting to work on the second.
Oof, Dama in the brush. And the Thinking is in a pretty difficult position. Peacemaker again misses, and Jama manages to survive with a little bit of HP. Honestly, I think Java should just commit suicide off this and return at full HP, because as he is now, there's nothing he can do even if he stays. Yeah, turret getting whittled down again. Might just be a sub 10-minute game.
Might even be less than that. I do believe.
Oh, they go on to him. The ultimate from Zig comes out. The heal used by Caitlyn, and now they're left fighting against the Alistar. Alistar uses his ultimate, and he won't be going down just yet. But that is gonna be Jama that finally fall. Caitlyn is gonna recall as well. Picks up a couple more items, and it's just gonna be a very fast push by Ziggs. There's very little that the Alistar Java side can really do.
And that's the Ziggs passive coming through, that power damage onto the structures, 200 bonus damage onto that as well.
Oh,
They all come
Lustrous.
through, and a kill onto the Ziggs. They really need to start turning things around. They are only left at 10% on the second turret. And I have to say, if you are the PMS team at this point of time, you are the ASUS team at this point of time, you are market thinking, we've almost got the game in our grasp. Just go up to there, use the Ziggs passive, auto turret, and it's just going to go down.
Yeah, it's gonna end pretty quickly, so there's no other requirement to end the game except to pick up. No, rather, there's no way to win this matchup apart from picking up the two turrets down in a single row. So all they need to do is just take the turret. Oh, but they might be able to catch out Caitlyn. Caitlyn gets double knocked up, but Ziggs coming in for the assist. They might be able to pick up Alistar, and now Java, without any skills available, is on the run. Lustrous misses the Q, and she just has to clear the wave and wait for Caitlyn to return. Or she might try and push the wave and pick up the turret regardless.
I mean, this is what one team is trying to do, and the Alistair Jarvan, you wanted to go for the kills, they are getting the kills. But however, every time they go in consistently, Clara with Lustrous is there, the response to be the kill comes even, but their composition actually allows them to see.
Yeah, that's the main difference between the two of them. One allows, in fact, Alistar picked himself as a support, so he doesn't really have as much in terms of all that compared to what the Jarvan sorry, yeah, Alistar Jarvan, Alistar coming as a support, isn't really able to do that much. He gets the combo and that's about it. He has no damage to actually kill the enemy team. So they managed to catch up Lazarus. Might come for the knockup. Nope, the flash being used by Lazarus. She gets away a little bit more. A lot of damage onto Java, and then he gets exploded. And now they're going to catch off to Alistar. Lazarus might go down. Unless she can pick up the rank. She gets it. And now Alistar with very low HP drops the unbreakable will. He's going to survive a little longer. Gets the trade off. And in fact, he does a lot of damage to Kaden. Double kill goes over.
And the Raid team hangs on as they do clean out the Ziggs and Caitlyn before they are able to reach the turret. And this is going to be constant a game of defense. The Alistair really needs to commit suicide right now so that he will have the health and mana. Because that's the next push that will be coming through from the Caitlyn as well as Ziggs.
He did that despite me, right? I was talking about how Alistar wouldn't have damage, and then he did a pulverize that took out most of the HP of Caitlyn left, and then managed to get the kill off that. He did that despite me, I'm pretty sure.
Well, I mean, when he does pop his passive, he does get a lot of flat attack damage.
Yeah.
I think he gets like 50 bonus damage when he does pop the ultimate.
Yeah, slight nerfs to his ultimate damage reduction though. But we'll talk about that if we see that played later, I think. Yeah, Alistar choosing not to recall. He does manage to heal up quite a bit. With that Hornmill, he should be able to work pretty effectively around Caitlyn. So they just need to get rid of Ziggs, and then that's about it.
Oh, that's not a trap.
Wow,
Down
out of
to health.
HP.
There's just so much damage coming through from the Ziggs and Caitlyn.
Come on, they just need to hit the, to be honest, they just need to hit the turret and they're gonna win. Oh, knockout on the Lazarus. You should see the WQ combo come out from Alistar as well. He's gonna go down, exhaust onto Caitlyn, and she's on the run. Picks up the relic along the way, trying to deny them as much as possible, but come on, this is really going in. Suddenly switching towards the favor of the rear team. Lazarus as well as King can't even touch the turret anymore.
But despite all these fights being won by the Raid side team, despite all the defenses, they're not moving anywhere nearer to the Raid team itself. If they really want to make this happen, they need to drag the game out for another 20 minutes, wait for the dash damage to be more significant so that when they go for these all in place, they're able to actually get damage down onto the turret.
Yeah, and they're going to try and continue pushing down this turret. This might be the first real significant, never mind, I was going to say it might be the real first significant damage they deal to the turret, but super strong wave clear on Ziggs, just gets rid of the wave entirely. It's kind of difficult because with two very long range semi-utility, they do a lot of damage, but they also have a lot of skills that can change things up. Running these two kind of champs makes it difficult to find close range where Jarvan and Alistar thrive.
So once again, the minute wave gonna be hitting it down. The Ziggs gonna be dropping the second charge. I think
Oh, Flash comes out, want to kill. That should be the Caitlyn going down. Ultimate lands onto Lazarus. She has no way to get out. Satchel charge already used. Shielding can't be used by Caitlyn to heal up Lazarus, but she's gonna go down. Train for Java now. Alistar backing off. He's very full health, but he doesn't have the unbreakable will to follow up with that fight.
Wow, the central charge. I think that was the attempt to end the game right there. Then I believe it just missed the turret.
So very low.
So close.
I don't even think they need satchel charge that. If she just drops the satchel charge on herself, bounces off, uses her passive plus team proc, I think the turret's gonna go down.
Well, almost definitely. Almost definitely. So this is the challenge for Jarvan and Alistar right now. They cannot let Ziggs anywhere near the turret.
One satchel charge is gonna be the game, and the Caitlyn takes a lot of damage. Ton of lost proc by Alistar, but now Ziggs comes out for the support. Alistar just gonna heal off the relic and basically back to full health.
Jarvan just walks out of the brush, doesn't want to be eating any of the magic poke coming through from the Ziggs.
Good choice on the Ravenous, able to wave clear a lot more effectively than had he not gotten this item. Able to keep the wave more or less to the other side.
There we go, she comes to all in the Alistar.
Oh, a lot of damage to Caitlyn. Yep, a lot of damage on Caitlyn, but so is down. Caitlyn survives for long enough to get the Peacemaker on, and Astar lands onto a threat. He walks in another straight line. She's gonna go for the towards the turret, gets the relic. He should be trying to kill Astar from here on. Is he gonna walk in another trap? Yes, he is. And Caitlyn takes 2 turret shots. The damage is real, but now he's so low. The turret should go down to Lustrous. 1 central charge or 2 auto attacks. One more. Exhaust comes out, and there we go. The girls win the game. Asterisk. Pick up the win in the 2v2 and get the Alistar at the end.
And the win comes through from the girls' team as they use the Caitlyn Ziggs composition. They identified that this is how they were going to win the game. It's 2 turrets. Let's get the best composition to get those 2 turrets down, and they went for it. Should this have been a more conventional 2v2, where you played, say, the first kill or whatsoever, then I have to say Alistair Jarvan might have done a better job. But when it comes to killing turrets, you got to play the siege game.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was a good attempt, but it was more of the red side, not really understanding as well as the win conditions as they should have.
So now with that, let's close things out. So on behalf of ASUS and its partners, we would like to thank everyone for taking the time to join us today at the Suntec Exposition at Suntec Expo Hall. And we have some exciting games coming up later when we proceed on to the main event for the ASUS Republic of Gamers Champions Cup itself, where we will be having the second semi-finals. But in between then, there's going to be tons of stage games where you can win attractive prizes for yourself.
first ever, okay, sounds back. Welcome to the first ever ROG Champions Cup, proudly brought to you by the ASUS Republic of Gamers and their partners. My name is Jensen J. Sumgo, he is Grantham Gamer O, and we will be bringing you the voice guide through the live broadcast of today's fantastic, exciting event. Join us as the final four teams battle it out for a $20,000 prize pool. Earlier, we played the first semifinals in which the team called We Fly has advanced to the finals, and you are currently watching the second semifinals, which we'll be seeing Team Brand New Life go up against Team Rainax. So show your support at this event, and you can stand to win some amazing prizes when we have the stage games in between. And don't forget the big lucky draw tomorrow featuring the ROG Strix GL502.
Yep, we finished the first game today. Both the games today are going to be a best of 3 game series. In between the games, we have our star guest, Asterix, the first all-female girls team, coming down to play a couple games. But let's jump right into it. First pick, we see a Lucian coming out.
Well, I'm just frustrated that teams aren't banning the Lucian. I know so far Lucian is not doing well on the LCK and stuff like that, but people are just grabbing this champion right off the bat because simply put, he's super strong right now. Its ability to melt squishies and melt people in the early team fights, the moment he completes the Black Cleaver item, is just ridiculous right now. But they will be responding by going for a Gragas Taric combination on the side of Rainax.
Yeah, and I think Taric is actually one of the few champs that's underestimated. He's not played as much after his change, but honestly, I can see a lot of strength in it, especially when you use the ultimate in a very effective way against a champion like Lucian that needs to burst you down. Otherwise, he doesn't have that life steal to continue sustaining a fight with you.
And we do see the Echo as well as Azir coming through for the side of Brand New Life. Both of these champions power picks in the current meta game. Rise is still open. We will have to see if Shinya will be picking out the champion. Shinya is one of the veteran players in the current League of Legends. He's known for playing the Gragas in the mid lane previously, and we see him picking up the Lee Sin as well. Is he going to be playing the Gragas in the mid lane? I would definitely be looking forward to it, but most likely it will be James playing it in the top position as a tank.
Right, and talking to the players a little bit just now, talking to Rejection especially, he really wants to win this with a gross monthly income of negative $300. He desperately needs to win a laptop in order to feed himself.
Well, there's definitely some high stakes is created for himself in this situation, and that is the Yasuo pick being locked in for the side of Brand New Life. You know, Yone is known for being kind of a one-trick pony on certain champions. Gangplank, Yasuo. They banned out the Gangplank in this scenario, but they left the Yasuo open, and we will be seeing him pick up the Yasuo for himself, and we will be seeing the Janna Tornado as well as Monsoon as activators, as well as the Azir Wall. All being possible ways of knocking people up for the Yasuo to go in with the wombo combo.
Yeah, and definitely very interesting. They're really playing around the fact that he's in the team. Then you also have to pull up the question, what is Echo going to end up building? Because if he chooses to build a Brooding Echo, early game, he's going to be a lot more, he has a lot more pressure, early game pressure, has a lot of damage, but he doesn't have that kind of survivability and that tankiness that he otherwise would have if he were going top or playing as a tank.
Well, I do believe that this should be the jungle echo coming in. We will be seeing, it'll be quite interesting to see what build he goes for, if he's going to be going for the mage build in the jungle, or if he will be just defaulting back to the very traditional old school echo, where you just go for the Cinderhulk and just be built super tanky in that scenario. And we're going to be seeing Caitlyn, Orianna, Taric, Lee Sin, as well as Gragas on the side of Rainax. Lots of control coming through in the big team fights over there with the Taric ultimate, with the Orianna ultimate, as well as the Gragas ultimate. Whereas for the VNL, a much more new school approach, lots of skirmish potential, high mobility across the team, as well as the Lucian pick that they have been able to secure for themselves.
Yeah, Lee Sin coming out onto Rainax's side, they really want to go for that early game aggression, especially when you don't give an opportunity to Yasuo, to Azir, Janna, Lucian, and Echo. A lot of these champs have, although their ultimates aren't very much utility based, they still have a very large impact on the game. So using Lee Sin, I really want to see him abuse a specific lane, or even the whole game in general. I want to see how he does it, how he abuses the early game advantage that he has as a Lee Sin.
So Lee Sin up against Echo in this matchup.
I have the feel that the Lee Sin previously would try to get some very deep invades onto the Echo, but Azir against Orianna is going to be very dependent on who's going to have a better control of the mid lane, and
Right.
if we will be seeing mid lane 2v2 skirmishes between both of these two teams, and I have to say, let's just throw the shout out to our sponsors, Logitech, My Republic, Secret Lab, as well as Fuse TV, some fantastic sponsors we have here at this event, and of course not forgetting ASUS, the big brand coming in and having this tournament called the Republic of Gamers Champions Cup.
Yep. And that's basically what we have to say. We have to play on a live server, so there is a 3-minute delay since from when they start and when we are able to spectate. So just give us a moment. But we'll run through a little bit about the different team compositions that we're seeing right now. I'll give my opinion first. Right now, you said that there's a very large ultimates comp on the Reynex side, right? Dragon's ultimate, Orianna ultimate, Derek ultimate. I think that this kind of team composition, they want to be able to go for chokehold objectives. Pick up that Dragon, try and pick up that Rift Herald early game where you have that very strong first level ultimate where you can abuse it compared to the other team.
Well, for the side of Reynex, it's definitely, as you say, they've got very strong objective control, they're very strong team fighting control, and this is how BNL should be trying to react to this. They're going to be going for a 4-1 or maybe even a 1-3-1 style of split push. We aren't seeing the double teleport coming through from them, so it's just going to be a 1-4 split push coming through with the Yasuo being the solo laner pushing this scenario, and it's going to be imperative that they get the Yasuo snowball ahead of the goal curve.
Yep, that's going to be a really big part of it. Yasuo, very strong reputation as a champion that can really snowball and make use of a huge goal advantage. So, as you said, we want to see how they use Yasuo and give him that goal advantage that he needs, and then go on into the game. Interestingly, we see that Azir picked up heal, right? We saw that the barrier had been slightly buffed to have a 3-minute cooldown rather than something like the heal, which has a slightly longer cooldown. But the effects of barrier are very short term. What do you think are his intentions?
Whoops. Let's carry on.
Alright. Well, what do you think are the intentions of Azir picking up this heal into this matchup?
I mean, just for some additional mobility, it gives you ability to rescue your jungler as well in this scenario. So you don't necessarily always want to go barrier, especially against mages, because
Right.
barrier just gives you flat HP, whereas heal allows you to heal your jungler as well and give
Yeah.
him movement bonuses. So it can be kind of a spell that's used aggressively at the same time when you're going for those big trades, so they can get the upper hand, go in there, get the movement speed bonus, and get the last auto attack or 2 off on your opponent.
Right, and we're just about to head into game. We're going to go into loading screen very soon. Running heal, as you said, has a lot of utility, but when do you choose whether you want to take heal as a mid laner versus another mid laner with teleport?
Well, it depends on how you kind of want to play the matchup. If you want to play a 1-3-1 composition, then yes, you want to run the teleport. But if you just want to say, yep, we're fine with going 1-4, then you don't necessarily always have to run the teleport, especially because mages in general, they tend to lose a lot of the teleport utility. Unlike, say, if you're running the engage champions, of say Lissandra, or something with a big flanking potential. Neither Orianna or Azir have very high returns on getting the teleport in the later stages of the game.
Yep, so we're going to see how that works out for them.
Here we are on to Summoner's Rift and spawning on the right side of Reynex. Going with very interesting level 1 strategy, all hiding together in where the wolf camp would usually spawn.
Yeah, I mean, this is how you be sly like a fox. I always imagine like you have the 2-headed guy and 2 other small guys, right? Do you really need the small guys though?
Well, never mind about that, but we've got 5 people on the map for the blue side, fan out across the river at the moment. That should spot any invade coming through from Reynex at the moment. And for the side of Reynex, looks like they were kind of trying to catch an invade coming through from BNL. But looks like that would not be happening, and Reynex will now be defaulting back to their regular lanes.
Yep, they're just probably going to start down over into the bot side. So in this case, I will expect Lee Sin to head up top after he finishes his buffs. The way that I think it works, seeing Yasuo being slightly more squishy, and with Dragons, he has the ability to proc away that shield rather easily with his explosive cast. So I would expect him to go and try something top early on.
Yasuo against Gragas, this is definitely a matchup I want to watch out for, especially because of the way the wind wall interacts with the rest of Gragas' abilities. It's going to be a very skill-intensive matchup. I'm definitely looking forward to see Yone play this Yasuo.
Right. He's actually opting to do something rather interesting. He went for the wolf camp instead of doing his buffs. So we might end up seeing something similar to the Nocturne start, where you are able to hit level 6 at the same time as your laners, meaning that he gets that Dragon's Kick so much earlier and is so much stronger because of that.
Definitely the level 6 play down to the bottom side of the map is what Reyna should be looking for. Get the level 6 and the Lee Sin of the power farming, go down to the bottom lane, set up for the teleport. Now that's the Bastion ability coming through from Carrick, which will allow him to have the double stun coming through from him as well as his AD carry.
Yep, and very standard start, nothing too crazy just yet. We saw the bot lane were looking for a stun after hitting level 2, but couldn't really find it, so the fight didn't really break out from there. Overall, we do see both junglers hovering around the top side. I'm very curious whether they're going to end up meeting each other, and they are. There we go, parallel convergence lands, and they're going to trade a little bit of damage, but the Scuttle Crab does go over to Lee Sin.
Trades up on the top side of the map. We see the Yasuo. I mean, this is definitely the matchup that I'm going to be looking out for. Already having a slight minute lead as pushing in the Gragas, but it's when both junglers start to partake in this duo on the top side of the map, which we will see the kills coming. And we really see both junglers hovering around the top side. Looks like the Raid team will be the first to blink in this one, with the Lee Sin already posturing for a gank. Out of vision at the moment, very wisely paced from Rejection of Fate.
Right, but Yasuo playing it very smart, staying safe. He doesn't know where Lee Sin is, but knew that he was top just moments ago. So just gonna play very safe. Down in the bot side, a very even lane, in fact. Very similar CS. Caitlyn should have just the slightest advantage over Lee Sin if he manages to pick up every minion in this wave.
So the CS kind of dating across the board, except for the lead that Shinya has in the mid lane. Now this is one of the veteran mid laners that we are looking at off the Singaporean scene. He's definitely proving his chops over here in this game by securing an early lead over the Azir. But the Azir has base at this point of time, which could explain for the deficit that's facing at the moment. He's falling early to get some attack speed items.
Right, I think he's aware of the difficulties of the lane, especially since he's 14 CS beneath Orianna, and Orianna is now going to pick up the blue buff at a very early phase of the game. That's just going to further solidify any lead that she's just going to get.
Now the blue buff gives Orianna cooldown reduction as well as increased mana regeneration, so that will be allowing her to spam the spells down the lane easily, keep the Azir sharpened, and continue to enforce the CSC that the Orianna has.
Right, now Lee Sin looking for something down to the bot side. He doesn't get spotted out, there's no vision there. Stun managed to connect onto Janna. That's the flash used, but Lee Sin tries to go for it, has to back off as Janna falls under turret range. They're gonna take this trade. The flash for the time of Lee Sin.
So one flashing gold on the side of brand new live and walking lane as the first move comes through from the Lee Sin jungle.
Yeah, we were expecting something a little more jam-packed in the early game, I think. At least I was. You picked up a Lee Sin against an Echo. Echo definitely has a very strong burst potential, but overall I think Lee Sin has the higher mobility that allows him to just find more in regards to ganks and trading summoners. This was a very good example of that, making up the Janna flash rather early, but unless the members of Reynax are able to capitalize on it, that's going to be wasted time on Lee Sin's part.
Now, laning against Caitlyn definitely can be a pain at times, especially with the way she just lays traps in the lane, and this is so difficult. If you do step on the trap, she does get some bonus range if she decides to attack you. That will be a hit shot coming through from a passive, which should be doing 1.5 times regular damage.
Well, the number of times I've walked in a trap as I went to a brush, if I had a penny for every time that happened. Maybe I'm just bad.
Maybe you are. I mean, it's
You're not supposed to agree to that, Jensen.
okay. Just my comfort for you. Get good.
Thanks, Jensen. I can really feel the love today. But yeah, continuing on as we were saying, Caitlyn down in the lane definitely has a lot of control and pressure using those traps. So it's probably going to be difficult for the BNL bot lane, despite having a Lucian, to really find that much early on.
I mean, if you really are serious about getting good, you might want to check out some of our sponsors, CEE. They've got some amazing gears that could maybe help you improve your game. And Logitech, we all know that Science wins. Definitely with Logitech, that's something that can help
Oh,
you
big
really
ultimate
trouble.
comes out by Gragas. This thing goes on hard. The knockup from Yasuo doesn't manage to connect, and First Blood goes over to Gragas.
And the gang finally comes through from the Lee Sin. He's to the top side, went back down to the bottom side, and then went back to the top side once more. This time, he is able to secure a kill.
Now this was what I was hoping to see. It's finally happened. The Lee Sin definitely has a significant amount of burst, enough so that they can take out Yasuo. Couple that with Gragas' huge ultimates and abilities, it just translated to a very good kill over their part. Will they go for it again? The Dragon's range, the kick comes out. A lot of damage onto Yon, but I don't think they want to follow up with this. They're just going to back off. Turret brought down very, very low. No, in fact, Yon is going to be the one to back off for the most part.
In fact, very risky teleport from Yone into the top lane. And I have to say, the Lee Sin as well, Dragon's definitely punishing that, making him already low, but he has picked up the Vampiric Scepter for himself. So when we do see the Gragas recall, he should be able to pick up a fair amount of health for himself, but he feels that it's a little bit too risky to stay around and decide to recall. And that's one of the most miserable things, when he teleports lane, and right after the race, he has to recall once again. At least he didn't die.
That's true. Well, he did manage to reserve the HP of the turret for the most part by doing that. Did it end up burning his teleport for free? It did, but his turret is still up, and that prevents the map on the top side being opened up for the most part, allowing Lee Sin to enter freely and going for those dives onto Azir.
So now Raynex, they have a teleport advantage available for the Gragas. We will have to see if they do try to set up for a teleport down onto the bottom side of the map.
Oh, Yone actually opting to go for a very deep pink to actually try and spot out Lee Sin early on so that he can play more aggressively in lane, I think.
They already have the ward in position, but looks like the bottom lane of Vandy Life will be recalling. So that's going to be buying them some safe space at the moment as they recall and pick up the components for the Black Cleaver for the Lucian.
Oh, looks like Echo was looking for something on his own, but the ward over by the river means that he won't be able to find anything. Lee Sin, though, knows where Echo is, might try to go for a gank onto Azir if it allows.
Gonna be looping around and you'll be able to see if he can get the kick down. Oh, very Davis actually smells that coming through and tries to steal away some of the...
Ooh!
The base dive out of there very well
Yeah,
executed.
nicely done. I'm not sure whether Azir intended to check Raptors or whether he wanted to actually do the Raptors, because there was some phenomenal timing on his part just as Lee Sin comes by. And now Blue Buff is up again for Orianna, and she's going to continue to snowball her advantage. 28 CS up onto the Azir. Just going to be a matter of time. We've seen that this CS advantage has slowly continued to rise and rise. But how far will Lee Sin be set behind in terms of EXP by giving away his buffs?
Well, I have to say that the Orianna definitely, this is just once again experience coming through from the veteran of the Team Shinya. We haven't seen him play since the days of the GPL where he was representing squads such as Incidence Gaming, playing on the big international stage itself. Now, he isn't participating in the top level competition anymore, but here we see him at the Republic of Gamers Champions Cup. He's going, he's gunning for the big prize.
Right, and he used to sit on a throne, and we all know that really powerful people tend to have secrets.
Speaking of secrets, let's shout out to our sponsor, Secret Lab, in that case, and that's the awesome chest that we're sitting on at the moment. But also Ultimate Yone.
Wow, he misses the Q, and they're gonna go on to Yasuo. Yasuo getting away a little bit, but the chase is ongoing. That's gonna be the crippling strike, slows them down a little bit, but that's gonna be the flash body slam, and they're gonna get the kill onto him. Surely, yes, it does, and yet another kill. Successful gank onto the top lane.
Once again, they're just camping out. They know that Yasuo, in order for him to successfully throw the wave, he needs to dash forward, and they make use of the abuse effect. And despite Yone trying to dash, slip, slide around, and evade all those fusions, in the end, it takes the flash from the Gragas, goes in onto him, and they do secure the kill. 2-0 in the favor of Renex at the moment, and you can feel that the top lane is feeling the pressure, but the mid lane is definitely feeling the hit heat as well.
Right, bot lane, very even CS on both their parts, so overall it's a very even game apart from the top side. Mid lane does have its own CS advantage, but this is also due in part to the nature of the champion, and once Azir gets his first couple of core items, he should be able to catch up in CS much more effectively than what he's currently at.
Oh, the stun does land onto Mikoto with that one.
Oh no, that's the Tolling being used already just to do a little bit of poke damage. Lucian running out of mana, so... Oh, there we go, big ultimate coming out, a teleport as well, 2 teleports. In fact, Jinya looks like he's gonna go down just a little bit more, and he falls. Ira picks up the kill. We do see Gragas as well. 3 members down in the mid lane. Gragas a little bit too late to get anything done there.
And that's the first gank of the game from the jungle Echo, and a successful one indeed. Blows the summoner spell of Shinya, and gets the kill as well for his efforts. Here comes Char Dive.
Dive onto Lucian, but they're not going to be able to find anything. They just top the Terry ultimate and the flash of Lucian. So overall, a decent trade, ulti for flash. But again, we did see that previously, right? We saw that previously, John didn't have flash, but this didn't really translate into a lot of pressure down the bot lane for Reynex. They just instead opted to play very safe, farm up, and pick up the big items that Caitlyn needs.
And now the Azir getting some breathing space in the mid lane. He is been consistently down 24 CS. And he's kind of stabilized on that. Both he and Oriana able to trade the waves very evenly. Now 24 CS, that's about, let me do the math over here, 360 gold, hashtag with the math. And that's going to be a small item that Oriana will have a lead onto him by.
That's true, but he does have an assist, so I would say about 200, 300-ish kind of gold advantage that Oriana that Oriana probably has because of the way that the nature that they had to split up the gold off of that kill.
Once again, Yone with the Yasuo mechanics, the way he dodges out the body snap by using the creeps to dash away from the collision zone. Just moving forward, does not land the tornado.
Yeah. I would like to point out very quickly that Oriana went for first item around Nomicron, which means that she has so much cooldown reduction. She's going to be able to use her ball to reposition very well, but on Azir's side, he now has a Negatron Cloak, which means that he's going to take less damage from the AP side of things.
I mean, Oriana going for the Morello on this one is kind of a standard build for her at the moment.
Right, true.
Simply because of the amount of cooldown reduction it gives her, and the fact that you need a mana regeneration items, and that you benefit from that. Oh, never mind. Go to the jungle.
Oh, Lee Sin ends up meeting Echo as they try to fight things out, but Lee Sin getting taken down pretty low. Ira's gonna ulti out for sure. Yes, he does, and he gets away safely, training away most of both junglers' HP in a quick little exchange by random chance.
Rejection of Fate going for Daring, and Fate gets caught up by the Echo, but in the end they just trade ultimates. Which like is the Echo, oh, he cancels his recall.
Right, might have been looking to do something right there as the ultimate could have been used by Yasuo to follow up and start a fight. But overall, I think both sides didn't want to use it, especially since they hadn't seen Lee Sin use. Well, they did see that Lee Sin used most of his spells, but I think being an energy champ means that you kind of have a stronger burst in general. And since you fill that up your energy so quickly, you can fight again very quickly as well.
Oh, Iron Kitchen, he has the relentless pursuit to get out of that one. Not so much a relentless pursuit, but more of a panic escape in that scenario.
I like that. Panic escape from the sheriff of Piltover.
I guess you could say that. I wonder what he's been accused of. I mean, most people would look at that and say this sheriff is just using police brutality over there.
Oh, that
But let's
sounds...
not try to politicize issues too much over here.
Right,
We're
right.
at the Suntec Expo Hall, and this is League of Legends being played at the Republic of Gamers Championship Cup. Over $20,000 in worth of prize pool available up for grabs as the top 4 teams battling out. This is the second semi-final between Brand New Life and Renex.
Right, and didn't forget about you guys as well. Feel free to come over if you can hear me. Come by, check us out. We'll be having stage games after these games. Right, this Best of 3 series, we'll be having stage games and where you get to win a couple of things for yourself.
Leasing gets the dragon, but he's gonna get caught by Echo. Here comes the teleport from the dragon.
He comes up, parallel convergence though. He's gonna get zoned down by that, waits for it to end, and he goes for the body slam onto Ira. Ira might look to go onto Caitlyn, but Caitlyn uses the 90 caliber revolver net to get away, but 5 members, sorry. The teleport from Yasuo not used, but Yasuo went over to the bot side. 5v4, they were going to fight that. Oriana came a little bit late. Thankfully, Reynex managed to disengage before that.
Reynex getting out of there. We're seeing a very big contrast. Earlier we saw a super bloodthirsty game. 17 minutes, 17 kills. It was a much slower paced game where people are just playing more towards objectives rather than actively looking for the fight.
Right, that's definitely the case. However, you also have to take into account the CS difference that's growing in the mid lane. It's ever growing. Now it's like 49 CS. So now it's less. But yeah, you get the point. There's a lot of CS going over down to the mid lane that Azir isn't being able to pick up because of the pressure that he's feeling from the Oriana. Are you feeling it, Jensen? Are you feeling the pressure?
Well, I mean, I have to say, I'm a guy with great nerves. I have nerves of steel. Just a shout out to our sponsor, Steel Series, who is one of the big partners here at the ASUS ROG.
Yep. So we'll see how that pans out. Azir definitely has a very strong ultimate, but if he gets caught out by the Aurier shockwave before that happens, well, the ultimate doesn't matter then.
Definitely the Lee Sin looping around the side, definitely trying to find the insect kick onto the Azir. It looks like he would not be able to find the angle to go into that one, and we're really turning around for the Rift Herald.
Ooh, very interesting point on the Red Arrow. So it's recently been buffed, so it's now more difficult to pick out. What do you think about that choices to do this?
Rift Herald going to be going down by the low, but here comes the blue team, and they're trying to Carrick.
Should be able to escape from this. Oh, flash used by Gragas. Lee Sin doesn't have any skills to get himself away. Finally manages to get a safeguard, and he's going to get away safely.
Reynex once again hitting and running these objectives. We saw it once earlier with the Dragon. Pick up the objective, hightail out of there. Same thing at the top side of the map. Reach the objective, finish the objective, and finish the business at the south of the map. Very disciplined, very controlled play coming through from the Reynex squad.
But this now means that it's going to be Lucian in the bot side, given time to free farm, and he's more or less caught up with Caitlyn in terms of CS, especially if he stays for his wave. He's definitely going to be able to pick up quite a significant amount.
The Runan's Hurricane completed on the Caitlyn together with the PS squad that will be giving her very strong wave here and shoving ability in the bottom side of the map. I do believe the next objective that Reynex will be looking for will be the bottom tier 1 turret, but they should only be going for that when the Gragas has his TP available for the big TP flank.
Okay, next spot, Lucian. Doesn't look like they want to go for an engage onto him. Clearing out, checking for any walls and clearing them out. Very deep ward over the bot side, so that means that teleport play is very possible. To have like a 4-man bot situation. Jungler down in the bot side, hasn't got spotted by a ward just yet, but I'm not sure whether the members of Reynex will fall for this bait. Ooh. Gets slowed up, gets knocked up. There we go. Lucian does a lot of damage. And Echo comes in big, but leads in from the back. The ultimate coming out from Terry and a teleport as well. Monsoon being used. Exhaust onto Yasuo. A 3-man shockwave as Oriana picks up the first. Now on the run. And we see the calling being used to disengage. But they managed to pick up Ori. There we go. Ira gets out with the chrono break and he gets away safely.
So it ends up being a trade 1-for-1 to get the Oriana in exchange for the support. I have to say, we're from the side of BNL, but that was the teleport, and now Reynex to the side once again. They will be having a big teleport advantage going into the next fight. BNL, yes, they won that fight by a small margin because they didn't really win in terms of numbers. It's just trading a mid laner for support in the scenario, and they aren't able to translate that into any objectives. So I have to feel that the momentum is still very largely in the favor of Raynex. We see them at a 3,000 gold lead at the moment, sieging onto the bottom tower with the Caitlyn, and they should be able to pick this up in the next 3 waves.
Yep. And probably around this time they want to start taking these turrets down. I would say that as a rule of thumb, around level 9, you would probably see teams start sieging down these turrets, unless they go for a lane swap scenario. But yeah, around this time, when they come back, pick up a couple of the big items, they'll probably try and look for the push down onto these waves. Onto these turrets, I mean, yeah. Oh, easy my ball play onto the flash kick and followed by the Orbi shockwave. Flash shield used by the Azir, but will be enough. Janna shield keeps him safe. Dragon drops the ultimate, pushes Janna back towards them, but they're unable to find a pick onto him. Echo now from the side. Janna uses the shield onto the turret, but the Rift Harrow buff does a lot of damage to it, and they're able to pick that up very securely.
Well, I mean, I was saying they would have gotten a turret in the next 3 waves. It turns out it was the mid lane turret, so I'm going to give myself some brownie points for that one. But nonetheless, Raynex playing a very objective-centric game. They're already taking down multiple objectives in their favor. Rift Herald in their favor. First dragon of the game is just we have to see if they will be repeating that and finding success in the second dragon of the game as well, which will be spawning in a matter of 10 seconds.
Yep, we'll see which team wants to pick this up, and as I mentioned before, I really think that Raynex should be the ones to look for these objectives. They have very objective-oriented ultimates, the Ori Shockwave, the Dragon's ultimate. These are huge ultis that can be used very effectively in choke points like the river or in Dragon Pit. So I definitely expect for Raynex to be the one to find that.
Nitrogen is at the bottom lane. They're trying to set up for the Yasuo. Any knockup will be good enough for it. Will they be going for the flash in the middle? Boto looking for it. That's the knockup, but no! Rough, they're coming too far to Yasuo.
Not enough time.
Come out to Carrick with the stun.
Yup, Lee Sin comes in as well. The calling being used to disengage. So right to do a lot of damage to them. As you see Iron coming as well. Will it be a dive? Just Light takes out a lot of HP, but no form of engage available. They'll probably pick up this turret if they choose to force and stay, but with 4 members down in the boss side, it looks like it's rather BNL to be the ones to back off.
5 max collapse coming into the bottom side from BNL, and RNX with a fantastic defense. From BNL, well, Drake, not the best defense that we were looking for, but it's going to be still put into our pockets.
Yep. Honestly, I think when you have a pretty well, I wouldn't say sub-decent, but when you have a thing like when you have a Cloud Drake, most of the time you just get rid of it and open up the slot for a new dragon to reappear so that you could have the opportunity to pick up something that will be more beneficial for your team. Looks like there might be a fight over here. The Emperor's Divine knocks Dragon's back as he gets stunned up by the parallel convergence. A lot of damage by Azir, but the rest of his team is here, so they're gonna have to back off. BNL doesn't want to look for a fight here.
Recalls on the bottom side of the map from the Janna fusion. BNL going to be trying to recall, pick up the next round of power spikes. That's the Black Fever item spike that we are looking for. He has his view to go through with all that as well. Lots of movement speed going to be coming through for this Lucian. And our RNX, they need to be slightly careful because this is when BNL starts to become really dangerous. Dash or slew and a bit of substitution on the Azir as well.
Yeah, bot lane turret is going to be what next objective to go over to Raynex. Blue turrets up onto BNL, which is a big part of where this goal difference exists. BNL has very similar aspects. Most of the difference comes from the mid lane with a 70 CS disadvantage. And apart from that, it comes down to these turrets that Raynex has been so effectively picking up. Apart from that, they're rather even in fact, and with a slightly better scaling comp that Lucian, that Azir, Yasuo, it's really up to Raynex to close this game out sooner, else they might end up falling behind.
Well, in terms of goal advantages, the mid lane is like what you say, a majority of that is over there. 2,000 gold in the favor of the Orianna in the mid lane, and the remaining 1,000, Puff is in the lead that the Gragas has over the Yasuo.
Right?
The other half is spread across the rest of the team from the increased number of objectives that Raynex has been able to pick up in the course of the game so far.
So definitely very interesting to see how it pans out because we can, as you said, Yasuo, he's a very proficient player in that specific champion. So how much of their resources do they want to dedicate to him, and
how much do they want to dedicate into their Lucian or Azir. Because you cannot have 3 of them all receiving a huge amount of resources. It's going to be either one or, well, I would say you could probably give up to 2 of them. So you have to choose between the 2 of them most probably.
I agree with your analysis of this one. Echo also is a jungle that tends to prefer power farming as a whole, and then being able to get those items for self participating in fights. We will be seeing, I believe that is the tank Echo build with the Cinder Hawk picked up for himself. And he is rather tanky boss to be dealt with at this point of time. Looks like they're going to be collapsing and Yoni at the moment. All team members going down. That's coming from the flash gun.
Double flash being used now. Yoni getting exhausted up, and it's gonna be a kill going over to Orianna. Nothing too unexpected. With 4 members, you definitely expect to see him die. Flash being used, like you probably wanted to try to get away, but I think that exhaust was a bit overkill.
Yeah, just keep pushing out of the
Oh, but Shockwave catches 2 members. They're gonna pick up Janna first. Now Ira on the run. Lucian comes up on the side. Flash being used by Orianna, and Ori's gonna be the next to go down. iNitrogen gets taken low. Has to flash out. Q being used as well. Dante picks up the first onto iNitrogen, and they're going to go onto Ira. Ira doesn't have an ultimate anymore, but he's gonna be able to get away. Dragon goes on to Azir. Azir gets a little bit of HP back, but he's gonna fall eventually to Dragon, and that's gonna be his turret going down, and probably an objective going over to the red team.
now stays a little bit too long in the mid lane despite losing one of the members in Arenax. Definitely going a good piece of it and going for it, but he's not vision on this Echo at the moment. This is still going to be coming to the power conversion to the son of multiple members. Just drop the slow to the not able one to he's gonna have to check this flight. Is he gonna be able to steal it?
Dragon's in. We get it. No, he's taking down very, very low, and Dante's will be able to kill him. Secured by Neeson. Baron goes over to Raynax. Yasuo wanted to try and find something there, but he was unable to with way too many members.
And Raynax picking up the Baron Brothers is usually where we start to see a team really start to slow for a lead. At this point of time, they are about 5,500 gold ahead of their opponents. They should be able to pick up on 1,000, maybe 2,000 gold from the easy turrets they should be able to pick up on the map right now.
Yeah, Orianna already at 515 AP at this early of a stage. Apart from her utility, her shields, the ball placements, her command attack, shockwave, all of this are going to do so much damage over the enemy team. And look at the minions, they're so much stronger than the average minions. I'm just going to have a much more difficult time trying to clear out these waves.
Traps and the siege is going to be started by Reyna. Sucking it down. And Yasuo as well as the drop the spells to clear things out. That's to knock out the Dantes, but that's not the trigger being cool. They do not want to be fighting against the empowered stats of the Reyna team when they do not have the core items yet.
Very, very difficult for them. They don't know whether they want to look for a fight. If you manage to get a pick onto, like for example, Echo, it's just really worth it though. Echo now going to go in though, and that's like say that the teleport coming out. The Chariot ultimate comes out, they're all invulnerable though. Dragon's ultimate gets denied by the wind wall, and it's just going to be a very neutral fight overall, as the remaining members of Raynax are probably just going to try and back off after the failed siege.
I would say that was a very interesting use of the Dragon's ultimate. Definitely props to Yone for throwing out the wind wall earlier. And now Reyna's giving this siege. That should be the mid-tier tower going down in their favor. They're going to go to 7,000.
Right. Now they're gonna head over down to the bot lane. A lot of spells were expended on the BNL side, so they were aware that they were unable to do for a trade if they continue this siege. They're just gonna pick this up, and it might even be an inhibitor if Yasuo doesn't back in time. But it looks like he is, so overall I think they're going to try and siege for as long as the Baron duration is going to be up, and then just as the bounce will end, they back off and go back to pick up some items.
And the team is going to be continuing on the bottom side of the map. Reynax. I'm just going to be watching for the ball of the Orianna. Any moment, BNL is not careful with Shockwave.
Multiple members there, a little bit of a little lag right now, so we don't get to see that. But we're not missing that much in all honesty.
Looks like they're encountering some technical issues over here. But we are back on the scene as the siege continues.
Right, I would like to see how long they're going to hold out for. After they manage to pick up this bot wave for a little while more, the top lane is slowly snowballing, becoming a big iceberg, and we might just see Snake the Titanic over the top.
Still waiting for the big shockwave play. I'm going to start to try to chunk somebody low so that they can take the turret themselves. But it looks like right next, the barrel buff on them is going to run out, so Brand New Life will be able to hold it somehow. So they're going to be hanging around to try to force a big fight the first spot for the base, but it gets smelt out by Brand New Life and they are forced to back away.
Testament to Azir's strike right now. He took 3 auto attacks just to break the Terran shield and Lancer's shield authenticated. So he's really not that far ahead, and the real boost for his real impact in the game is gonna be the Empress Divide, as well as the turret that he's gonna be able to set up to stop the strong push coming out from Reynax. Whoops.
And now Brand New Life.
Whoa. This is something I would expect to see on an EDM video, like an EDM music video where they have jump cuts and everything.
I didn't quite get it, but it's okay.
It's okay? Alright, as long as it's okay, that's okay. But is it okay?
It's always okay.
It's always okay.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, and all the jokes you don't get just gonna make you, I don't know, smarter, dumber.
It's okay.
Going to be trying to set up around the Barrison, but here comes the rest of BNL. They're looking for the fight. The Terry also going to be
coming up, but the Terry ultimate comes out. They're going to be able to keep themselves safe for a little while longer, but the Yasuo ultimate comes out. The 2 members, they might go down very soon. Dragon tries to run away, but we see Ori on the sideline managed to pick up Lucian, but Azir gets Ori, and now it's Yasuo that picks up Carrick, and another kill going over to Azir. A double so far as he tries to chase up onto the remaining members. Has the Lisandre, has the Rylite, so he's getting the slow, but it's not enough as Dragon survives, but it's skin of his teeth. Skin of his teeth.
I think we kind of agree in the previous match that skin of his teeth is... Teeth doesn't even have skin. But either way, DNL, this is the skilling competition coming to play. The 3 items fight on the gear. Being absolutely devastating in the team fight, so the Arena isn't able to lock him and reach him down together with the command shockwave. DNL will have a strong fighting presence.
Right, that was a big error on their part, getting caught out 3v5, popped the Terror ultimate very early, and it was only so much so able to keep him alive throughout the parallel convergence stun, and for the knockup by Janna, which was then coupled into the ultimate by Yasuo.
Looks like we have a slight pause over here. We will need to take some time to resolve some technical issues since they've done this and some issues with his keyboard, and we will see if he will be able to solve that anytime soon. Meanwhile, once again, to the shout out to our sponsors, let's pick a number 1 to 4. Never mind, I've decided already. It will be number 2 for My Republic Gamers, and Europe login game on My Republic Gamer offers gamers like me and you an arsenal of features for that extra edge in game. In partnership with ASUS, My Republic is proud to be the official network partner of the ROG Champions Cup. So you have that, you heard that. If you want to improve your game, sign up with My Republic, get some sick internet down, and start racking faces on Summoner's Rift.
Right, exactly. You know, I'm supposed to be Challenger, but because I haven't switched to My Republic just yet, I'm only Plat 5. Right, that's my excuse.
I see. So you deserve Challenger, but the only thing that's stopping you is bad internet. My Republic solves all those problems. So go check out the booths over here. We are at the Suntec Expo Hall. Come over, hit down. There are lots of stage games, lots of exciting things, exciting prizes for you to win. And this is the ROG Champions Cup. We are playing for a total prize pool for over $20,000. And if you're wondering, what's this game on the screen over here is known as League of Legends, the most popular online game by far in the world currently. And I have to say, we are looking at some of the top players in Singapore go head-to-head against each other for this fantastic prize pool. Earlier today, we had the first semifinals in which WeFly triumphed 2-0 over their opponents, New Blood. And now we are having Brand New Life going up against, I have to say, the coolest sounding name out of the 4, Reynax.
Reynax.
Reynax, yes, Reynax.
Yep. Well,
talking about this huge prize pool they have. I mentioned this before, but Raynex really needs to win, especially their jungler, Rejection of Fate. With a negative monthly income of $300, he needs this money to feed himself every month, so he needs to win the big prize pool.
Now that looks like the makings of some documentary over there, but let's focus on the positive things. And this is the reason why some people say that pro gaming might be a lucrative career. We see this big prize pools and stuff like that, but watch yourself, know yourself well, and definitely don't do drugs.
Wasn't it drink plenty of drugs, don't do school, and stay away from.
Never mind about that. Looks like the game is back and the joke is gone. As we have the camera focusing on the raid team. This is the Raynex run on the raid side. They have been kind of leading through the most of this game itself, but Branding Life starting to strike back with their late game composition coming to effect. Once again, it's a pause.
Pretty sure you were lied to. It's gonna be a little bit of a delay as we head into it, so
it's time for sponsors once again. Steel Series has fueled the gaming industry by creating innovative new products designed specifically for esports and passionate gamers everywhere like you. In partnership with ASUS, Steel Series is proud to be the official partner of the ROG Champions Cup.
right.
Are you proud?
Yeah, of course I am. I'm having a great time here, watching two teams duking it out with each other.
Like sometimes when I've got nothing to do, I just open up my League client, go spectate some solo queue games, and I have to say, League of Legends, fantastic game. I definitely love watching it.
So since we love the game so much, I think we both put in a lot of effort to really try and learn the game as far as possible. When you're in this kind of situation, what do you think Raynex needs to do?
Well, I think at this point of time, what Raynex needs to do is kill the opponent Nexus / our Korean advice.
Very interesting tactic. I've seen it happen a lot in Korean solo play where you see players like Faker, very effective at this destroying the Nexus strategy.
Definitely.
Yeah, apart from that, seen it much less in our region, but hopefully we'll see a very effective destroying the Nexus strat by RNX. See how it goes.
Raynex, with the plan of destroying the opponent's Nexus, and I would say that Brand New Life are running a similar strategy as well. But in order to get there, you kind of need to destroy the turrets in the way, so intermediary steps gonna kill those objectives. And of course, you can kill your opponents as well. By killing your opponents doesn't necessarily win you the game, as we now see Raynex starting to struggle a little bit more in these team fights despite having the kill lead.
A summoner has reconnected.
Yeah, this is the kind of setting right now. You look at the scores on Raynex's side, and they're also very much pretty. Look at BNL side, not bad, but not as great as what you see on Raynex. But BNL has been winning these past few fights. Running double teleport is great, but you also consider the big burst damage potential coming out by a lot of these guys. You see Lucian, you see Azir, they have so much potential to do damage to you before the teleport can even take place. So they have to be very, very careful of what happens in this.
Baron has spawned, and it's like what the old adage says is never over until the Baron throw.
Yeah, so previously we saw Raynex pick up the Baron. They used it pretty effectively to sneak down bot lane, but didn't manage to pick up the inhibitor turret. This time, I'm not so sure whether they want to try and force a Baron, especially since the rest of them are scaling up. They want to find 1 or 2 picks, then go for the Baron, make sure there's no enemy vision in it, and rush it. You have a Caitlyn, she has been picking up items, you should be able to do it.
5 bamboos coming out from the Raynex squad. The top side Cat. You have the TJ.
Cat on to Lee, the teleport used as well. There we go. Ina is just backing off the fight a little bit, and the teleport from Yasuo comes out. All 5 members down onto the top side. Culling being used. A little bit of damage on the Dragons. Not that much, to be honest. Ina takes a little bit of damage, and he gets knocked towards his team. A huge team fight. Big Skirling comes out. Terry Ultimate finally being used, and it's going to save the life of Dragons a little bit. But behind enemy line, he's going to fall surely. Yes, and Azir is going to be the one to pick up the kill. The rest of the members of PNL are still relatively healthy, and they might look to continue this fight.
The Oriana looking to chunk somebody down with one attack, hiding the ball with the wall at the moment. The chunk comes through from the Azure, the command protect. Gonna be shooting him up quite a fair bit. And we have to see if Vienna does decide to start up the Baron or where they're gonna be gating it. They do start up, they do have the Azure. That's gonna be counter damage to Yasuo. Will Ball will be reducing damage as well.
Yeah, with 3 members on the side, we might see Lee try and go for the steal. Not sure whether he's gonna be able to do it though. Look for it. Goes away, and he gets it! Gets the steal on the Baron, and Kaylin picks up Janna as well. A huge drone comes out from BNL as they try to do the Baron, but they forced it way too hard, and Lee Sin, MVP of the game, picks it up.
The steal coming through from rejection of it. I just say right on point, coming from the back. No, this is mine. Goes and grabs it, and the Oriana Shockwave. The damage is way too much. The Janna tried to play the hero in that one. I do believe to move forward to Monsoon and Lee Sin away from making the play, but in the end, she just ate the Shockwave and was not able to secure the big purple worm for the start of brand new life.
You're right. If RNX is to win this game, that was definitely one of the most pivotal plays they could have possibly made in that situation.
And our RNX once again objective gaming. 30 seconds on the Dragon spawns. They're just going to be setting up the wards around it.
Yep, Elder Dragon on stacked on top of Baron. That's gonna be a huge win condition right there and then. Just try and end the game off. So we're gonna see them push the mid lane, push the bot lane as well, try and push out the start. Oh, but they managed to get a kind of Janna in the meantime. Monsoon being used to disengage. Ulti traded for ulti, but now we do see a few members on the BNL side trying to contest this Elder Dragon, but they might just rush it. Yasuo has no teleport, so pull it out, try and do it quickly, use the kicking trap to zone the enemy out.
We do see them starting off on the Elder Dragon itself. Yeah, now they're going to be able to get this field. There we have the Echo Parallel Formation push down. Doesn't stun up anybody.
All members of BNL are nearby now. Yasuo still a little bit waiting away, but he should be able to make it in time. Will they try and go for this? The stun doesn't manage to connect. Would be another steal this game. No, they're going to stop. The Zero managed to pick up the first kill on the Oriana. The Terry ultimate being used right now. Echo on the side, desperately trying to finish this Elder Dragon. Malici comes over, and the steal comes out. Echo gets the Elder Dragon. A huge fight explodes. Azir gets on the wall onto multiple members as Gragas barely survives. No, he burns to death from the Elder Dragon by Janna, and Janna will pick up another kill for herself.
That's a 3-0 in the favor of BNL, and with this Elder Dragon, they might just be able to end on the game. What a game we have on hand. Fantastic team fight from BNL, and now this might just be the game-ending push.
40 seconds left on the death timers of Gragas, 30 over seconds left on the Caitlyn. They will be able to stretch this inhibitor turret and the inhibitor down very rapidly. Tarek and Lee Sin being the only members left alive, this might just be game.
So, like I said, the best strategy, kill the next, and that is what BNL is doing at the moment. That's the start number 1, under siege. That's the F-ball to it. That's the start number 2. Are they going to be able to get it? Here's the last set from Raynex. Really able to hold 50%, 10%, BNL. They did it, the turnaround. They secured the game. First game of this series goes over to brand new life. What a turnaround. It just looked bad for them. First Baron over to Raynex, second Baron over to the Rex. Never mind, Elder Dragon spawns, goes and crushes them in that team fight, and they just push for the game after that. I have to say the big hero of that, definitely Fairy Mavis on the Azure. Tons of damage, 5, 1, and 3, with the 4 items coming through for the last team fight. Raynex really wasn't expecting the late game power of the Azure. They didn't respect it, and they paid the price.
Yeah, definitely. You saw that the Emperor's Divide was absolutely huge, catching off 2 members, pushing them behind. When Gragas would teleport, you would see the Emperor's Divide stop him and keep him within the multiple members of BNL, and that just entirely zoned out their tank as well as the members of BNL and just slowly gave them picks, and they found their foothold and came back into the game.
Well, with that wraps up the first game of the series. On behalf of ASUS and its partners, we would like to thank everybody over here for taking the time to join us in this special event, and we hope you enjoyed it thus far. Don't forget to join us in the stage games that will be happening in between the breaks and day to day, and you can stand to win attractive prizes. And also the latest ROG Strix GL502, which will be held in the Grand Lucky Draw tomorrow on Sunday itself. And with that, we'll see you after a short break.
powered by Intel Core processor.
All that extra time, they could fix any mistake. I don't need hours or days or years. I only need seconds. Here's the thing about time. If you can't make the most out of any given moment, you don't deserve a single extra second.
processors.
Every child in Valorant has heard the tale before about the cursed mommy boy who felt his heart no more. So sad and lorn, the helpless lad, Amumu was his name. He ventured out to find a friend and learn about his bane. For many years, young Amumu traveled through the lands, determined to make friends if only they would understand. But even when Amumu stood upon the ledge of home, his hope would disappoint him and he would remain alone. But then the curse began to whisper in his ear. It would confirm what was Amumu's biggest fear. It pledged that never shall someone become his friend. It pledged that he shall be alone until his end. Sorrow and despair became too much to bear. The moment when Amumu realized what he had done, too late it was for him, for them, the evil curse had won. The anger and the anguish overwhelmed his fragile soul and caused a wicked tantrum that he never could control.
Welcome back to the first ever Republic of Gamers Champions Cup, brought to you by the ASUS Republic of Gamers and their partners. My name is Jensen J. Stormgirl, and casting with me today is Grandin Gamernism O. And join us as the final four teams battle it out for a prize pool of $20,000. And show your support over here and stand to win some attractive prizes in the stage games. And not forgetting,
the ROG Strix GL502 tomorrow in the lucky draw.
Right, so let's just talk a little bit about tomorrow before we head into the picks and bans, just a little tiny bit. So tomorrow will be the grand finals as well as the third and fourth placings for the teams. And in between, we're going to have Asterisk show up to play a fan game against you guys. So feel free to come by and check it out. We have great prizes for you to catch if you come down to show your support.
So already Gangplank target ban against Yone in the top lane. Fizz also another champion being banned out against Brand New Life. I believe that that's targeted at the mid laner, and they do not want to be facing the likes of Echo, Nidalee, Lucian, and Zed being the bans of choice for Brand New Life. Rise is going to be an available pick. This time around, it is going to be Reynex grabbing the Azure for themselves, and we have to see what Brand New Life decide to respond with.
Very interesting first pick. You show your hands pretty early, but at the same time, you're very... Azure can be a very long-range style champ, and you can run a very safe method of playing the game with him so long as you want to. So very interesting that they chose to show their hands for the mid lane first, and on the Brand New Life side, BNL side, they picked up Caitlyn and Alistar.
So they're going to be going for the Caitlyn and Alistar as they picked up. So we're here for the set of Brand New Life. Iron Eye Trojan, very famous for playing Caitlyn in the AD carry position, is kind of his claim to fame in the usual solo kill ladder. And we do see the Alistar being picked up by BNL Mikoto in the support role. And we will have to see what they decide to go for. This are Reynex for the jungler, as well as for support or AD carry now that it's their turn for picks and bans. Previous game, Rejection of Fate, played a rather impressive Lee Sin in the early stages, moving around the map, forcing some of the spells and ganking and getting kills. It is going to be a repeat performance of that as they do grab up the Maokai for themselves as well.
Yeah, we saw in the previous game, Rejection of Fate punished Yone very hard up in the top lane, ganking him twice within the first 15 minutes of the game, and that really translated into an early advantage for his team. Removing Yasuo from the equation really helped them a lot, but he failed to really deny the Azir in the mid lane that was just snowballing off of what he got, and eventually became a huge threat towards the Reynex team.
Looks like they will be going for the Poppy in the top lane to go up against the Maokai. That's a rather okay-ish lane. Most people feel, and some people feel that Poppy is able to get a slight lead. She will have a very strong bullying presence against the Maokai itself, and they will be electing to go for Victor in the mid lane to face off against the Azure, and saving the jungle pick for last. Kindred, Nidalee, Graves, Nidalee's been banned out. Kindred and Graves open at the moment. Rek'Sai also a possible pickup for the side of BNL.
Right, we've been seeing a lot of these carry-style junglers. In this case, we quite commonly see Nidalee banned out. With such incredibly strong jungle clear, it makes sense why you would want to remove her from competitive play. Apart from that, we commonly see Graves and Kindred come out a lot as they have such strong carry potential, and then you run a tank top laner, it really helps balance the team out. They're going to lock in the Braum and the Ezreal.
I thought we will be seeing the likes of the Alistar jungle, so if they are looking for disengage for themselves, we might be looking at the likes of Gragas, which is an available pick at the moment, but looks like they are going to be looking for more pressure in the lanes itself, considering that they have pretty decent matchups across the board, and they will be looking for a jungler that can provide more pressure for the lanes, and Rek'Sai is such a jungler. Power from the jungler, clear the jungle more quickly, and then be able to gank and rotate faster than your opponents.
Right, and we've usually seen Victor be the kind of champion that runs Ghost as his secondary summoner spell. And with the new buffs to Ghost, it just further gives Victor this really strong advantage that he otherwise, well, he would have, but it's now significantly more thanks to the buffs that he's gotten. You on that Ghost.
I'm not a big fan of Ghost of Victor, because you might want to get the teleport early on to be able to contribute to team fights more
Definitely, very
effectively.
true.
And Ghost is kind of a win more summoner spell that you pick up when you're ahead. Because if your Victor's doing tons of damage, then yes, whenever you have the Ghost available, you have a really strong team fight available for yourself. Looking at what the rest of the team has, is lots of displacement abilities coming through from the likes of Lee Sin, coming through from the likes of Azir, coming through from the likes of Maokai, and Braum is going to be lots of lockdown as well. Going for the Victor in this case, the Ghost I mean, if you're up against the likes of Silver Karma, I can understand that because you want to be able to run in, dodge all the skill shots, and then be able to chunk down the damage. But this is hard lockdown we're looking at. This is just simply displacement effects that's going to be kiting you in this scenario. So, not a fan of the ghost, going for the heal instead, a lot better.
Yeah, and it's really interesting because on BNL's side, they have so much potential to scale up. I'll start with the changes to his ultimate. Still has the flat damage, but with the reduced damage reduction, it now takes level 3 ultimate for it to scale up to a 70% damage reduction for him. So similarly, Caitlyn being one of the known champions that you give her the items that she needs and she's just gonna shred through everybody on the enemy team. Victor as well gets the upgrade on his item, gets a couple more items on himself, and he's just suddenly going to shred through everybody like a hot knife through butter.
Well, I'm liking the Alistair pick here a lot, simply because of the setup that you can pull together with the Alistair into Poppy or Alistair into Victor, or whichever order of spells, but it's going to be ending with Victor locking maybe 1 or 2 people in the gravity field, and that would be allowing the Rek'Sai to come in as a tertiary follow-up, and then the Caitlyn to shred down whoever is in there on top of the Chaos Storm, and whatever damage is coming through. I'm loving the team composition of Brand New Life over here. On the side of Raynac, it's a little bit more of the kite-back compositions, very standard meta stuff that we're seeing. Lee Sin in the jungle is probably the only not-so-meta pick that we have been seeing at MSI and the likes of the recent tournaments as well. Maokai in the top lane, very standard pickup. But I have to feel that because they showed their solo laners so early, they've kind of gotten themselves into a situation where they find themselves rather counter-picked at the moment.
Yeah, definitely feel that way. And I've kind of felt that Ezreal has been losing a little bit of the focus that he once had. You know, the Bloombound Ezreal with the Iceborne Gauntlet, ever since it's been nerfed ever so slightly, you do see that sometimes, well, not so sometimes, if Lucian is up, you almost always instantly default into Lucian. As well as Caitlyn being a very prime pick in most cases now, Ezreal has kind of been losing the limelight.
Well, here's some fun facts about Astro. Actually, never mind about those fun facts. Let's talk about our sponsors, because this is the ASUS Republic of Gamers Champions Cup. So definitely ASUS, the big sponsor of this one. But we've got some other sponsors as well. Logitech, official peripheral sponsor. My Republic, great internet over there. Secret Lab, those are the awesome chairs. I'm sitting here, it's just so comfortable. I mean, I'm just sitting down here, and I feel like sometimes when the game's a little bit slow, it makes me kind of want to snooze off. Not saying that the games are not exciting, it's just that these chairs are just so great. And of course, not forgetting Steel Series also coming in here. I'm just proud of the state of esports in Singapore at the moment. So excited to be casting these games with you, Gamerism. And we will be hitting the game very shortly, as we should be bringing up the loading screen at any moment right now.
You know what would have been a great save, Jensen? If you had said, did you know, and then you gave a fun fact about Ezreal is that he uses all the equipment from our sponsors.
Oh, definitely. I mean, but he kind of uses a gauntlet and stuff like. Speaking of gauntlets, have you watched the Marvel Cinematic Universe movies?
I've seen them, Phil, yeah.
So, I mean, Thanos, we see him wearing 2 gauntlets, right? So one of them is supposed to be Infinity Gauntlet, and then you're supposed to collect these 5 stones, activate it, and you can like
right, for the
destroy
Infinity
both of
Gauntlet,
it.
right? Yeah.
So it's kind of like Captain Planet. By our powers combined, I summon Captain Planet, right?
Yep.
So I wonder who is Thanos trying to summon in this show.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice.
No clue.
Hammer.
Never mind about that, because forget about all of those things. We are on Summoner's Rift, and we are watching some esports action over here at the Suntec Convention Center. Once again, my name is Jensen Jason. I'm going casting this game together with me. It's Grandin Gamer Mr. O. As we head into Summoner's Rift itself, this game is known as League of Legends. Objective of the game, defeat your opponents by destroying the Nexus.
Right, destroy the Nexus strat, very, very popular, I think. We haven't exactly seen it also frequently used so far down in the Southeast Asia region. And the LCK and the EU, a lot of the other regions, they do sometimes employing this very effective destroy the Nexus strat. We'll see how Raynax as well BNL fight it out. So far, BNL are up 1 game in a best of 3 game series, so that means that if they win the next game, meaning this one, they'll be able to win the best of 3 series, and they'll be playing tomorrow in the grand finals, which is gonna be a best of 5. But let's jump right into it. Very standard so far. We don't see any cheeky plays like a lane swap, no invades, just very standard starts all around.
So just fanning out across the map, and looks like we will be seeing the Lee Sin start together with the Maokai on the top side of the map, as well as the Rek'Sai together, the Poppy. So both junglers will be mirrored and matching. This might lead to some early skirmishes near the bottom side of the map, or perhaps in the mid lane, which is gonna be my guess.
Yeah, that's probably gonna be the case, especially since top lane, they do have some damage, but not as much kill potential. In fact, I think a lot of this is gonna go down to how the junglers play it out. We have seen that in some cases, the Rek'Sai is actually opt to go for the Warriors enchant, so they pick up the Warhammer, go for the Warriors enchant.
Nitrous are getting stunned up, using a whole bunch of damage. It's a very good trade comes through from Dantes and Lee. Just winning the trade for the start of Raynac.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting because you can proc the Braum passive with your Q as Ezreal, so that may be a little bit of the inspiration as to why they want to pick this. It helps a lot with the kiting, I think, once you get the start on the opponents, and with all the constant slows you're dishing out. Right, but back onto my point a little bit. If the Rek'Sai gets an early game advantage, you might even get to see him run a Warrior enchant, which overall is just gonna really have to be a snowball situation.
So the CS ball is going to be coming in, and it's not usual that we see ASUS take a CSP, but the gang comes up the top side of the map, flashes the knockup. That's going to be the summoner spell blown. Free summoner spell for the start of brand new life, and that's just the advantage that Rek'Sai has been able to clear the jungle much quicker compared to other junglers in the metagame. Getting a whole chunk of damage by
Exhaust comes out onto Caitlyn. They get the slow off, but Exhaust used on Lee Sin as well. Shouldn't be too much. Flash being used by Alistar as he tries to get away. That's gonna be the flash of Caitlyn and Alistar in exchange for, well, only the exhaust from Braum.
So on the top side of the map, they say, oh, we got one summoner. Raynac responds with a much stronger early game to the bottom side, blowing 3 summoners on the side of BNL. They do pop the exhaust on the Braum as well. So I have to say, in terms of summoners traded, it's still in the favor of Raynac.
Yep, and very interesting that after the entire skirmish, they're just going to go back to what they were initially doing, which is farming, but Lee Sin might come for a wraparound for the second time. Likely. No, this time he does get spotted out. He should have seen that ward expire, and now he's just going to back off. Might end up meeting Rek'Sai in his own jungle though.
And Lee Sin really spending an extended period of time on the bottom side of the map. And this is going to be putting him a level behind the Rek'Sai, who's just spending a time power farming in his own jungle. So we just kind of say this is the first questionable move we have seen coming through from him in terms of early jungle potting in this entire series so far.
Right, but at the same time, if he did manage to successfully get the kills down at bot, it would have translated into an early Infernal Drake going over to BNL side, which would have been pretty beneficial to them. We talked a lot about previously where, you know, the old dragon where you get that additional damage, but it doesn't mean that much early game. But in this case, because you kill the dragon so early, you'll give more chance. You roll the dice a little bit more to run a second Infernal Drake that you can then pick up and continue to snowball your damage.
So we see Iron Fusion as well as Miko. It's just very unusual to see Caitlyn being shot on her own turret, but I have to say Lace, fantastic goal, repeatedly landing the Winter's Bite of Iron Fusion in all these fights. Now we see Yone might be trying to go for Invade over there, but actually just establishing some vision. Just shoves in the Maokai, and we see this is the bully matchup coming through. The Poppy uses a passive, drops the auto on the Maokai, and just wins the trade by being able to pick up the shield and get the bonus shield for herself.
Yeah, Maokai has Maokai, right. Maokai has really gone back and picked out a Ruby Crystal for himself, whereas on Poppy hasn't gone back to buy any items just yet, but does have a 14 CS advantage. So we'll see whether going back, whether Yone will want or opt to use that teleport to get back to lane quickly and continue to snowball that CS advantage, or whether he's just going to save his teleport for a potential 4-man bot. Pretty slow matchup so far.
But meanwhile, we do see the teleport being used by the Azir into the mid lane to try to pick up some additional farmers with experience for himself, as he does complete his first back to get the National 2. Gary maybe it's also his base one so far this game and has the ping one as inventory as well as upgrading the scepter so that he's able to get the second proc of the laser to be able to clear out the wave more quickly.
Yeah, Azir definitely picking up the additional attack speed is going to be great for him early on, but it's also going to mean that he's more vulnerable to the burst damage from Victor. But over in the jungle, we see Ira meeting a Lee Sin over in the jungle.
And Ira getting spotted out by the war. He is a level up on Lee Sin, which is putting an end to the aggression. That first reaction of Faye was trying to head down onto the bottom side to actually kill Rick. Now BNL just by creep score alone from the top lane is grabbing a significant lead over Reyna at the moment. The Unbreakable blocking all the damage that is coming through from the Kaelin and in fact making it a little bit difficult for the CS and lane attack.
Yeah, we see that it's a very standard matchup where the jungler's just heading back to the jungle. I want to hear your opinion about this because I think Lee Sin should be more proactive and looking for what he can do as compared to what Rek'Sai can do where he just power farms and he's going to head into the late game with a rather decent amount of utility. There we go, that's what I'm talking about, being aggressive. He should be good. Oh, Ira would have come over the wall right there. Oh, but he does anyway. He's going to go on the rejection of Fate, who is going to get flanked out by Victor. That's going to be the flash knocked up. A lot of damage on the rejection of Fate as he flashes away. The Chaos Ray doesn't manage to connect, and the Storm doesn't do the damage that it needs to. But over on the side, we see Poppy going on to Maokai. Ira coming up on the side, goes up, gets the knockup as well, chooses the flash. Does manage to get back under his turret, but will he be safe there as well? No, he's not. The flash comes out and first blood goes over to Poppy in the top lane.
Yone coming out with the mechanical plays, goes in there, knows that he will be able to find the kill, pops the flash to secure it onto the Maokai, knowing that he will cast flash and there's no chance for him to outplay him. Now that's just the presence of mind and the nerves of steel, which once again brings me back to one of our sponsors, which is the Steel series over here. I mean, Steel series has fueled the gaming industry by creating innovative new products designed specifically for esports and passionate gamers everywhere like you. In partnership with ASUS, Steel series is proud to be the official partner of the ROG Champions Cup. Engage down onto Azrael. Usually step on the trap, uses the Ashen Shift to blink out of that one. Blaze does reply with the Winter's Bite onto Alistair. And this is just the story of this lane as a whole. But we do see Dante's actually getting a lead as the Astro and being able to complete the kill of the goddess. But this stage of the game when Kaelin's able to pick up the BS sword, is we see there we will start to see the ball lane of Kaelin start to really bully out the Astro. And so far that hasn't exactly been happening.
Yeah, but you have, it's a lot in due part with how well Braun has been effectively using his passive, landing that Winter's Bite onto the bot lane duo of BNL so frequently has really just meant that BNL have very little opportunities to go for a good engage because they're just going to get chunked down and get taken down if that happens.
We actually do see the Astro ultimate being thrown out. Not really sure what he was trying to achieve with that one.
Right,
I think he was just checking the dragon over there.
Yeah, might have been that. You see over on the top side, Rejection of Fate is camping that top rush, waiting for Yone, sorry, to show himself.
I mean, this time around, Yone is just playing the Yasuo, he's playing the much tankier Poppy, and I have to say the safe out strategy is really good.
That's gonna be
wall banks him away.
No kick available, or not rather, opting not to use the kick, but down in the bot side, Exhaust is used on the Dantes that's soaking up a lot of damage. Miscommunication as they don't know whether to go back in or not. Ace in the hole is available, Wolving trying to use it, but the Plum should be able to soak up enough damage for them. It looks like it might be round 2 as they go back in for the dive.
At this point in time, the Alistair can just step forward and completely go away the opponent from this one. But meanwhile, Yone might be in some trouble here. Uses the wall break on the creeps to escape away. But that might not be enough. He's so staying very cocky in this one. That's also being popped up. And the damage coming through. One more shot onto the Maokai. Is he gonna get the double kill?
Oh, he gets the double!
What an outplay! Yone is a god! Insane face coming out from the Poppy, and then finally he takes the Azure. As Signal said, do I have to do everything by myself? Hates up the top lane and
Great
pushes
flash
some
by
loading.
Alistar, by the way. Just had to point it out. You know, that was a celebratory flash. To try and get something well.
DNL, in the meantime, they see Azure go up to the top side, your jungler, your top laner, everything is dead. Pick up 3 objectives around the map, that's the Infinite Drake over to us.
Double kill top lane, managed to pick up bot turret and a dragon. This is the best early game lead that you could possibly hope for at this point. Now that they're going to start translating over to the mid game with a bunch of the items that they're going to have picked up, this early game lead is going to really make the difference between a decent fight and a great fight.
I have to say the items is definitely what we're looking at. The perfect hex score almost 2/3 of the way completed by the victor already. And we're going to see the Azure go up in this scenario. This time around, Shinya not getting the large CSC that he was able to secure over Fairy Mavis previously. And in the top lane, Arn, Reynax, they tried to go with the same camp plan, which is Camp Yoni. This time around, Poppy becomes a huge supreme outplay.
This game is really a matter of when things happen, there's a very high skill cap and things are down to the minuscule level where things like juggling the turret aggro makes such a huge difference. The rest of the time is just very smart playing the game where you farm up, get the advantage that you want, buy the items that you need, and when you get into the fight, you burst down the opponents and then you just snowball off of that.
Definitely, and now BNL, they've completed. They feel confident in the fight and they're just going to be walking for it. They're trying to set piece to mid lane.
Oh, my man to catch up Victor. Exhaust lands and there's going to be a teleport coming up as well. The gravity field being used, but now it's a counter teleport coming out from BNL. A lot of damage on to Fairy Mavis, but we do see Maokai continuing on. Poppy comes from the side, gets the stun. That should be him going down pretty soon, and it is. The first to go down is James. Exhaust comes out onto Lee Sin, and he managed to keep Kaylin alive. And over on the side, Rex side picks up a 0 as well. Now, Dante's all by himself as well as the Braum. They're gonna fall, gets knocked out, and a clean ace goes over to BNL.
What a team fight coming through from brand new life. They go in, they identify the stack that Reynax is out of position, and they see the teleport coming, drops the gravity field on top of that, and the Alistar follow-up just right on point. And once again, Yorick coming out huge in this fight, 5-1 and 2 on the Poppy right now, being the big hero to keep this carry safe.
Absolutely agree with you, Jensen. We see Yone being so pivotal in their win this game. Previous game, playing Yasuo, he was a lot more squishy and it was a lot more difficult for him to be able to handle that fight potential. But this time, on Poppy, a rather more meta pick, very tanky, very strong, and he's using it to such a high level. You saw how he used it, switch targets when necessary, got the max range stun onto Maokai. I don't know why I keep saying Maokai. The max range stun onto Maokai in order to keep the Caitlyn alive. Yeah, that was just really impressive.
The Azure turret being summoned in the mid lane to buy himself some safety to come out this way. Let's see how much goal he has in the back at the moment. Not really too sure why he decided to summon the turret. Crash tried to clear off one way before basing for Sorcerer's Boots. And he's going to be basing for Sorcerer's.
Alright, I see Caitlyn has opted to go for the Runans as a first item rather than going for the Infinity Edge. What are your thoughts?
I think at this point, what they're looking for is the sieging and wave shift presence that Kaylin can provide the team. So what you really want to do is that for Infinity Edge to be cost effective, you want to complete one of the Zeal tree items for wave. So in this situation, they just get the PS Sword first for the flat damage, and then get the Runan's Hurricane to the exact speed, and then you get a massive power spike when you complete the Infinity Edge.
Looks like it's well thought out what they want to do so far, and it's just going to be very strong control as they try to pick up this Rift Arrow. Only 15 minutes, you can really forget how early this game has gone, especially with the kills counter as it is. But Fairy Mavis gets destroyed by Azir, and now we're going to see them turn on that as we see Maokai healing off on the Rip Arrow as the Rip Arrow drops its aggro. We're going to see Poppy come up a big ultimate Braum as well. Ira is likely to go down fastest away, but he falls. Nitrogen on the side trying to peel as high as possible, but it's going to be another member going down. Fairy Mavis, he Then and work. Now it's Azir that is going to show up. Huge Yone on the side, fighting two members, fighting Maokai, fighting Braum. He needs to try and run away, gets the dash, and using the minions. Will he get a speed up boost to run away? And he will get away successfully. A very greedy Rift Herald call right there, losing 3 members in that fight.
BNL, they dropped the ball on that one. They slayed the Rift Herald, but in the end, once again, we saw it in the first game, it was Zinya's disrespected the Azir poke, and this time they tried making it too far forward and got instantly bursted down by the Azir.
The mid lane turret goes down because of the lack of members actually to this situation. Ira coming out, gets the killing smite, slow onto Azir, but he's going to get stunned up, doesn't have much follow-up. Will he continue to try and go for it? Couple members. Doesn't get a knockup onto anybody. Alistar gets a knockup onto Lee Sin, but he stays guards away. And that's just gonna be the end of that story as the remaining members of Raynax are just gonna back off, whereas BNL should look for the siege.
Well, BNL, they kind of slipped up on that one, but they still have a 5-1 and 2. Monstrous probably on the top side of the map. And the dragon will be spawning very quickly. I think BNL, they should have the time right now to control this objective, and we have to see how well they set up for this fight.
Yeah, Poppy right now on the top side, with that top lane turret still being up, I think Poppy could just push and teleport in. We've seen that work very effectively previously, so I want to see that happen again. Lee Sin over on the side, might try and go for the steal. Poppy taking a little bit of poke damage. Ira does take it down pretty quickly. It might be used as your ultimate, not enough to get the steal, but Alistar brought very, very low. Raynax doesn't find a way to get in, so they're just gonna take what they can, run down the main members of BNL very, very low, and now they're just gonna try and siege.
So Raynax, they tries to contest the dragon objective, but BNL able to set up on top. That one barely escaping with just blinking health bars on the Alistar, as well as the Rek'Sai. But definitely this Azir with the 4 kills he's able to pick up in the previous fight is definitely slowly going to become a teamfighting monster. And we all saw how strong Azir can be in the late game previously. If you give him the goal, you give him the space, you give him the experience to get to that stage. Then as BNL tend to ask themselves, how do we deal with the Emperor of Shurima?
Yeah, and you also have to ask the question, Lee Sin is still going for a damage and skill. Oh, top side, they're trying to take down Maokai very quickly, and he gets bursted down. Iron Edge is to be the one to get that kill, and now Lee Sin getting knocked up. We're going to see Fairy Maidens be the one to take that kill up, and they're just going to be able to pick up the top turret yet again. 2 kills and a turret.
The 5-man dive going up to the top of the map. I think he was staying around for way too long, so that one tried to make some fancy plays into the step, but again, he's going to get punished for it. Locked up in the gravity field with the Caitlyn raining damage down the stage.
Right, that hasn't part what I want to say. Lee Sin, for the most, still had a lot of damage items, so that means that he was going to have a very strong early impact, but being 0-3 and 4 and having Maokai being 0-4 and 2 definitely doesn't bode well for your early game. Azir picking up 4 kills for himself relatively early on before the 20-minute mark definitely has a couple of strong points in that sense, but you have to acknowledge that the Poppy finishing the Sunfire Cape already has the Spectral Cow. He's going to be able to soak up so much damage from the Azir.
Well, I have to say for the Maokai, things are not looking good for him at the moment because he's behind his opponent in terms of levels, in terms of his counterpart in the solo lane, which means that he's going to be rather squishy when it comes to fights. Thanks, you tend to want to be ahead of the experience curve, and for carries, you want to be ahead of the goal curve. Currently, Maokai is behind in both.
What kind of impact do you think is going to happen once Ezreal is able to pick up that Mirror Mana?
Well, I mean, when he completes the Muramana, when he fully stacks the tiers onto it, they will have a much stronger team fighting presence, but it still isn't going to change the fact that I have to feel in the mid-game, the composition of Brand New Life is so much better. They have the wombo combo available for themselves, and it's just going to be up to be more of the Astro to dodge out these big spells, and then be able to rain down the damage. So he just becomes a bigger threat when he completes the Muramana, and it just gives him more space to play around with. So we're in a pause for a short while right now. We have to see how things are at the moment. And hopefully we can get back into the game as quickly as possible.
A summoner has
As we
reconnected.
resolve some technical issues. And we see that as we're reconnecting to this one, And once again, I have to say, the willingness of the Brand New Life squad to just group up and take objectives, I love it. I'm loving it.
Yeah, and a little something that I've mentioned previously was regarding the snowball on the Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai, having picked up this snowball, is able to go for the Phage, able to go for the Warhammer, and looks like he might go into the Black Cleaver build. That's something that generally shouldn't happen, but because of how much an advantage his team has been able to get thus far, he's able to go for that option.
Perhaps at this point in time, he's just saying that, okay, we need to reach the back line in terms of Azir. Maybe Victor can reach him with the laser, but Poppy probably needs a dive partner, and I'm going to be able to pick up the damage so that we can guarantee the kill onto the Azir in the later stages. Next objective will be Baron spawning at the 20-minute mark, but I don't think any of these teams will be there willing to start out with early.
Right, Baron, it seems a little iffy. You don't have a Caitlyn with her Infinity Edge just yet, and Caitlyn isn't necessarily the fastest, isn't necessarily the fastest AD carry when it comes to the completion of Baron. And they had something like a Vayne, which wouldn't work out so well here, but if they did, by the time Baron spawns and at how far of an advantage that they have, it was a very real possibility that they would go for that early Baron.
Now we see Brand New Life looping around the site. Azir a little bit out of position, but the bomb does spot him out.
Oh man, Cat Rob double knockup as a huge amount of burst comes out. Barry Mavis manages to pick up lanes. Azir trying to get some poke onto the members of BNL, but it's not gonna be enough. Poppy down in the bot side as well. Will he be able to stop the mid lane push while the bot lane is getting shoved down as well?
Usually taking out the support is not that devastating for a team trying to defend a siege, but in the case of losing a Braum, you lose the Unbreakable, you lose the ability to deny all the potential damage from your opponents. And now BNL going to be sieging down on the bottom side of the map.
You could definitely see in a situation where Yone now has his Sheen, that he has that additional push damage, that push power, and that damage to take down the turret that he previously wouldn't have. So we can really expect him to start pushing more now that he has managed to pick up that Sheen. Alright, BNL wanting to play it safe. They're not going to go for a high engage, especially now that Braum is back up. If they find a pick, it may be a different story, but Alistar being pretty low on mana, might be able to go for the combo and his ultimate, but that's about it.
So the siege is coming up from BNL, just throwing down the vigilation. How much will they be able to get? Azir is in position to clear out the way. And looks like Reynax will be holding on in this game.
No dragon available, so they aren't able to gain much off of that. 2 more minutes to the respawn of dragon. Yeah, and I think that Reynax really need to pick this up. BNL already have 2 for themselves so far. I believe the first one's an Inferno Drake, right? Yeah, so the additional damage that they gain, they really need to work towards it.
Victor is just squaring off once again to the front lane, and I have to say, these chairs are so comfortable right now. Secret Lab, one of the partners of the ROG Champions Cup. Complete your setup, upgrade to a Secret Lab chair for the ultimate sleeping experience. Every Secret Lab chair is designed for maximum comfort and ergonomic support. In partnership with ASUS, Secret Lab is proud to be the official computer chair partner of the ROG Champions Cup.
You know, I think that Maokai skin coming up ever since it's been released. If you play Maokai, it's kind of basically the default skin to run now.
Is he playing the Maokai?
Yeah, he is. We've seen what, 3 games of Maokai today? I think all 3 games have been Maokai.
Well, that's just how accustomed I have been to seeing it, because it definitely is a very cute skin story with the tippings around.
Right, so side lanes, I think Reynax is not putting enough priority onto the side lanes because both the outer tier turrets on the top lane and the bot lane are up, so they really need to try and take those up to equalize the gold disadvantage that they're at. Being 5,000-ish gold behind, it really will help them a lot. In this case, I think that the minion wave will die out before they pick up the turret, so it may have been to James' advantage if he actually stayed to clear out a little bit or thin out the next wave a little bit.
So the Mountain Drake will be spawning, and that will be the second mountain drake, which will be giving them a 20% bonus damage to seize against objectives. Looks like they will be able to start. And now the Caitlyn siege is looking ever so more scary.
Rather close coming out from the Ezreal ultimate into the smite by right side, but he stayed calm, stayed collected, and now it's just gonna be a matter of, do you want to go for the Baron or do you want to go siege?
In fact, yeah, moving over to the Baron pit itself, going to be clearing out the vision. We have to see if they just really decide to start up that scary Purple Worm objective. Moving around, it looks like they're just going to be looking to bait the fight in this case. The Malphite trying to sapling out to scout ahead of themselves. But with the traps in the way, all of them stepping down on them. Looks like Reynex will be going for this one. I'm not going to get it chunked up by the Azir.
Ooh, Baron doing a little bit of damage over the BNL. They cannot afford to continue doing the Baron, especially with RNX with so many members here. Running the double teleport, even if they would, they could always go for the teleport play. Now, because BNL is going to back off, they might be able to pick up this mid-lane turret.
I mean, ROG has been the team of both of these two games so far. His ability to just go in and chunk somebody down is just so ridiculous. You saw BNL turn around the first game with a very sick Azir play. And this time around, what's keeping Reynex in the game? Let me guess, Azir.
Right, so you were talking previously about that Infinity Edge power spike on Caitlyn, right? Now that she's picked it up, what do you think is going to happen?
She's got the boost as well for the attack speed. Now looks like they're just going to be starting this one up after knowing that the opponent has no vision on the area. It looks like the market will be headed around to check this one out. Just going to be clearing out the traps. And once again, they're just so wary of this Azir. They need to start a fight and take out the Azir as quickly as possible.
Oof. Now the thing with Azir using his Q is that he also reduces his mobility since it's part of his kit to escape. But at the same time, it's very difficult for them to engage on the thing anyway, especially with his team being so nearby.
Now we see brand new live going to be pushing down the mid lane. Once again, electing to go for the 4-1 push. Operator wanted to use the backside, just stepping a little tunnel. Maybe to use the Void Rush to join the fight at any point in time. Once again, just push apart the map, force Reynex to defend the waves, and then rotate over to the Baron objective.
Right, they're going to try yet again. But our Reynex coming up from the side, Poppy not available for the fight, taking a little bit of damage from that Baron. Not sure whether they want to continue doing it. Right now, HP, yeah, they're going to back off. Azir comes up. Lee Sin finds the Q. No offer.
What was that?
Do you hear that? That's the Baron calls.
The Baron call indeed. Who's calling?
Right. Poppy and Malphite still over down in the bot. Maokai still over down in the bot side trying to pick up the CS. Or rather, they want to keep Poppy away from the fight because Poppy has such a huge impact on these fights. You cannot allow him to back off and then teleport behind the members of Reynex to try and find that pick off that flank. Even if you're able to get a return teleport by the Maokai.
So once again, the game is slowed down a whole bunch as BNL unable to find and break the second ring of turrets around their opponent's base. They have been able to secure themselves a 5,000 gold lead at the 13-minute mark, but that's just stagnated. In fact, Reynex been able to close the goal lead a little bit slightly.
Yep, and this in part is, I think, due to the fact that BNL isn't denying the jungle of Reynex, and they're still able to pick up a lot of these jungle camps, a lot of these buffs, despite the fact BNL has a rather large advantage. In fact, we saw in the previous game that BNL performed even better from behind, where they would constantly engage in skirmishes that would involve the game ending. So it may be in BNL's favor that they find more skirmishes rather than continuing trying to siege or trying to do these half barons where they take their HP down to half, the enemy comes and then they have to back off.
That's the call of Baron once again. Can you hear his call? Very dangerous call indeed. It's like what we were saying earlier. It's never over until the Baron call. But now that Baron has actually called, is the game actually over? Twice, in fact.
Well, the first call is anybody's game, but the second call, oof, hard to say. managing to pop the Alistar ultimate already. Braum coming up pretty big, gets the ultimate onto Caitlyn. They might be trying to look for a fight. Victor has the flash out, gets a lot of damage onto Azir. Azir will be the first to fall. They managed to get Maokai out of the fight as now Rek'Sai comes up. Will he be able to get the knockup? Gets the flash onto Ezreal, knocks him up, and now Lee Sin on the run. 5v4. There we go. Poppy gets a lot of damage onto them. The Alistar knockup. Exhaust onto Ezreal. Ezreal will be the one to fall next. Barry Mavis on a rampage as now we see the final member, Maokai. He's going to get this thing annihilated and a double kill over to Victor.
And that is going to be the ace, a clean ace. In fact, as BNL sweeps their opponents 5-0. A fantastic pickup onto Shinya. Flashes over the wall, gets the wall back down onto him. Fantastic initiation from Yone. This guy is definitely the MVP of the series for me so far. The Baron secured by a brand new life, and with that, what looked to be them stalling for the last 15 minutes of the game, Sunny is then busting back wide open, getting another 5 kills, and the Baron objective to go up 9,000 gold in their favor. So this is kind of going to be deja vu, but this time RNX, the other one, tons behind their opponent. The other ones will be Azir. Will they be able to make the same shot calling that BNL was able to find in the previous game to turn things around and perhaps steal back this victory?
Well, we definitely saw it happen there. After the Baron calls, they definitely managed to get an ace. BNL managed to get an ace translated into a Baron, and with all of this, the next Inferno Drake as well. This going to be the third Inferno Drake.
Dragon going to be spawning here. This is going to be the first Inferno Drake tons of damage. Will be granted over to the team. Lots of stats. 6% damage, and then we need to go by the Raid team, and the Raid is coming down, goes down onto Dance's Ice Reaction below.
Oh, there we go. Ira goes on to the Azir, but Azir managed to drop the Emperor Divide, but he's separated from his team. Ezreal still doing a lot of damage in the backline with no way to engage the backline. BNL forced to back off as the Alistar ultimate runs out.
Once again, the team with Baron tries to go for Astra, and in fact, the shutdown goes down on the Victor as Azir is able to pick him up.
A little strange, in fact. You saw that BNL were the ones to pick up Baron, but now they've lost that fight for themselves. They did pick up Inferno Drake, but they lost that fight. They also lost the Victor in that situation, and the top lane turret has finally gone down.
I have to feel that when you have the Baron buff, go for the turrets. This is the objective you want to take when you have the Baron buff, because it gives you sieging capability. And yes, it does give some bonus stats for dragon fighting, right? But the best objective to take when you have the Baron buff is the turrets, is the inhibitors, is the nexus.
Yep.
And it's the same mistake that RNX made in the previous game. Oh, we've got Baron buff, we are pretty strong. Let's try to go for the dragon objective, and they lose the team fight there. Now BNL almost on the cusp of making the same mistake.
Alright, sieging down the mid lane, we see Caitlyn able to pick up that mid lane turret on their team. BNL, as you said, they're listening to your advice, they're using it to go and push down the turrets. Baron buff, that's really what Baron buff is for. You want to be able to take down these turrets. It's very difficult for AD carries to stop these super minions, these Baron buff minions. So that's definitely what they want to do. And now the bot side is being pinged. It's very, very low. In fact, I don't even think they need minions to take this down. It's just a question of how long, or rather, how many more waves is it going to take before it goes down?
Well, I will feel that the Baron buff is going to be running out any moment soon. It's still got about, I believe, about one more wave worth, about 30 seconds worth on it. So this should be the last push that they have with the Baron buff available for themselves. We have to see if they do decide to actually go for a committed siege for that one, but already Inox really getting chunked down by the Azir. Once again, the Sand Surge is so painful to deal with.
Caitlyn just taking so much damage from Azir. Without any real lifesteal items, it makes it very difficult for her to continue the siege if she doesn't have the HP necessary.
She does have a critical strike and the 3% lifesteal from the Doran's Blade. She does have additional runes as well. I do believe that it should be fairly okay, especially if she went for Warlord's Bloodlust as a mastery.
Yep, so we do see her manage to heal up for the most part. Ezreal went back after taking a lot of damage from Victor with that laser beam.
So they're just going to be trying to commit to this siege over here, but the Azure, now that they do not have the Baron buff anymore, is going to be able to clear out the way so very easily.
Getting that, using that ultimate in desperation just to clear the wave. Definitely, yeah, I think at this point they're overstaying. They're wasting a lot of their spells trying to push a turret that hasn't even taken a single drop of damage yet. They should just be trying to work by establishing as much vision control within the RNX jungle as possible, allow Poppy to split push, and then teleport back.
Once again, just chunking down Iron Nitrogen with the Azure. This might be the signal for them to try to make a play. The flash engagement on Maokai is what they will be looking for. And they're just going to be letting Iron Nitrogen auto attack things down to get the lifesteal back up. Recall's going to be coming out from the side of Brand New Life saying, yep, Caitlin's a little bit too low. We can't continue with this anymore. Fairy Maven is going to be clearing out the big minion wave in the middle.
Right, good choice. I definitely think this is the safer play to make rather than overstaying for yourself. Dragon and Baron will be up around the same time, so it's gonna be a question of choice. Do you go for the Baron or do you go for the Elder Dragon? Both have their pros and cons. If you pick up the Elder Dragon, you get a huge teamfight potential, but you pick up the Baron and you're gonna be able to siege better. What do you think is going to be the next objective that they should be working towards? Because
I think at this point of time, they're just going to be waiting for either the Elder Dragon to spawn or the Baron to spawn. Because trying to attack entrenched or bunkered up Azure is just so difficult, especially when you do not have either the Elder Dragon buff or the Baron buff. So BNL wants to be setting up walls for that one, or perhaps finding a fight in an open space where they can make use of the map architecture, get the wall bang down onto the Azure, and pick him off from there.
Two Guardian Angels already appearing on the BNL side, and the fact that they choose to go top side to pick up this turret will probably mean that the next objective they'll take is gonna be Baron.
Once again, Azure, just look at the 6 tons of damage coming through from the Sand Soldiers.
Oh, there we go. Hard engage on the multiple members. 3 knocked up so far. The exhaust used as well. That's going to be the turret going down to Caitlyn as we see Poppy get away in the back line. Now it's just going to be Maokai and Brom over in the front line as they get taken down very low. He flashes out to try and survive. And it's going to be a 5v5. Nobody goes down, but now it might just be BNL to rush that Baron.
Well, they are listed rather low at the moment, and most of the ultimates from both sides have been blown at this point of time. We have to see if Reynex has the fortitude to go for this one. I do feel that they have the Azure, so this team fight should be slightly in their favor when you're talking about an ultimateless fight. And we have to see if BNL does complete it.
Teleport comes out, lands on the trap though, and that's gonna be the Baron going over to the red team, but now they're stuck in an enclosed area. The fully regen members of Reynex are coming on, and we see that Rek'Sai gets the knockout of the multiple members, but Alistar getting taken down so low. But over on the back line, Ira doing so much work as now the Victor takes down one, and then going on a second, a third, double kill for Caitlyn, and that should be game.
There's 4 members down in the favor of Brand New Life with the Baron buff. It's only the Azure left. We have seen how much damage this Azure can do. Can he pull off the turbo priority and save his team? 40-second death timers for the rest of his teammates going for the top lane inhibitor. Looks like he will be looking to hold the defense at the Nexus, but it's actually just going to chase to the Victor. What's here? What is he doing? Yes, he does get a kill the Victor in the end, but is this too late? They're going to go for it. Nexus turret number 1, 10% left. Nexus turret number 2.
It's going down tick by tick, just shows Azir comes back, but he's not gonna do anything. Yone with the great zoning potential should be able to use the ultimate. That's the Nexus turret going down, and we have a next winner. BNL pick up the second game in the best of 3 game series.
Yone is just such a big player in this entire game. Goes in there, gets the early double kill for himself with a sick outplay in the top lane, and then is able to use that pressure to just completely crush through their opponents later on. I have to say, Brand New Life, very well deserved finalists moving on.
Yep. They will be playing in tomorrow's grand finals up against WeFly in a best of 5 game series, and the other 2 teams, Reynex as well as New Blood, will be playing the 3rd and 4th series tomorrow. So if you enjoy the games that you've seen so far, feel free to come by tomorrow again and support the team that you want to win, as well as potentially win a couple of neat prizes for yourself from the stage games or anything else.
So on behalf of ASUS and its partners, we would like to thank everybody for taking your time to come down to this event over here and participate in the first ever Republic of Gamers Champions Cup. So once again, tomorrow is the big prize, it's the grand lucky draw. We are looking at the latest ROG Strix GL502 being the big grand draw prize in the case. Do come in, do tune in, participate and show these players your support. We start with a best of 3 with a third floor placing match and then the best of 5 for the grand finals. That wraps up our broadcast for today. This is Jay Storm, he is Gamer Nissim, and we are signing out.